Can anybody hear you? Lana? Can you speak?
What?
Speak?
Oh, I hear it tonight. I got it.
Yeah, it's not an equity. Test?
It's good. I cut them on my headphones and it's doing what it's always done. Except the last week. All right, we don't touch anything. Sounds good.
We'll start with the pledge of allegiance. Is there anyone who'd like to lead us this evening?
I'll do that.
Okay, go ahead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just so people are aware, don't expect Bill this evening, as he mentioned at the last meeting. You might be able to pop on for some of it. And Mike is zooming in this evening, okay? Okay, we'll close this portion of the Hartford Selectboard and reopen as a local liquor control board to consider 3 applications here, which are renewals. So that information was in our packet, as well as some information about general licensing from Lisa. So any questions or anything anyone wants to pull out? The first 2 are second classes, so they go together. And third one's a first class, so that would go separately, or we could do them all separately, or whatever people would like.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Anyone have any questions?
I'll repeat myself.
Okay, great.
See.
Yeah.
If you do, we're still gonna have enough for court.
Yeah.
Good. So make a motion.
Yeah, let me just make sure Mike doesn't have any questions or anything.
Mike, do you have any questions about the liquor applications?
No questions for me.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, Lanny, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we renew Jiffy Mart Global Montello Corporation Group Corporation doing business as Jiffy Mart 439 6800 Woodstock Road, Quechee, Vermont 05159, and Stacy Hopkins LLC doing business as Scavenger Gallery 41 South Main Street, White Junction, Vermont 05001, both for second class license renewals.
Second that?
Any questions or discussions, comments? All right, hearing none, we'll call the question. We'll do this by roll call, just so we're have it all down. Dennis?
Aye.
Manny?
Aye.
Ali?
Aye.
I will abstain. Kim's recusing herself. And Mike?
Aye.
Lana, did you get all that? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. Next up will be the renewal for Phnom Penh. Any questions on that, anybody?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to move that we approve a renewal for Phnom Penh Sandwich Station LLC doing business as Phnom Penh Sandwich Station, 7 North Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001 for a first class license.
Second that.
Good.
Sorry.
No worries. You can take it.
Any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. We'll do a roll call vote again. Dennis?
Aye.
Lanny?
Aye.
Ali?
Aye.
I will abstain. Kim's recusing herself. And Mike?
Aye.
Okay, Lana, good? Okay, great. Thank you. So we'll close this portion of the local liquor control board at 6:05 and reopen as the Hartford Select Board. We'll talk about order of agenda. Is there anything here that people want to discuss? All right. Yes.
I'm not sure how to do this, but I had brought up to the vice chair about having an agenda item for town managers evaluation. And I'm not sure what the status is on that. I mean, I don't see that on the agenda, so.
It's not on the agenda, but we can discuss it as information. So I've been in the process of trying to find a form that we can use. There was not one that was easily accessible that was not used. So I reached out to people, and Kim actually found one for us. So I've checked with the director of human resources to find out the procedure that we use. So hopefully shoot an email tomorrow to everyone along with the form, and then we'll figure out a time what the next step is in the process, because I'm not sure whether we actually have to have a meeting to do that, or if we just collate the information.
Yeah, we can have that all happen before the election.
I hope so, yes.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right, sweet.
Yep.
So,
Okay, next up is public comment. So we'll start with people in the room. I'd like to remind people to state your full name, your town, and you have 5 minutes for what you'd like to present. It's not on the agenda, no personal attacks. So anyone in the room that would like to come up?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Heidi Duto, from White River Junction.
Oh, no.
no mic.
Yeah.
Wait.
I didn't even notice.
Neither did we.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Heidi Duto from White River Junction. And I don't know if any of you saw it online today, but I guess there was some discussion that Gail was being blamed or something for not having the figures prepared last night for the 10 positions that are being proposed to be added on to the town. And I just wanted to make a statement that I didn't think that Gail should be held accountable, as Gail did not prepare the budget. And I just wanted that to be put on this meeting, as people do watch this meeting on YouTube later. I have not been all over Facebook today. I just made one quick statement to one person that is coming aggressively at people. And Gail really did not have much to do with this budget other than try to find finances to correct an error that was overlooked. And that's really all I have to say at this point, because other items that are on the agenda come later. Am I right, Dan? Okay. So thank you very much. That's really all I have to bring this evening, other than something that's later on the agenda. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
Comment to that, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that Gail Ostrad, our finance director, is a consummate professional, and she takes great pride in her work, and she is nothing but professional, and she is definitely a godsend for this town. And Gail has done everything within her powers to assist to make this a good budget process. And there's only so much that our department heads can be responsible for. And she's going above and beyond to help out wherever possible. And people need to realize that there is a limitation to the responsibilities that department heads have, that they're responsible for going into a budget and candidates night. So just bear that in mind. And Gail, like I say, has done an excellent job trying to help out wherever she can. So thank you.
Thanks, Lenny. And I think Heidi brings up a good point, which is, these are the town employees, and they do the best they can. And that when things get spread on social media, they're not always accurate. So I think it's important that when people see something in social media, that they go to the town website or call town hall and talk to someone who would have the answers to those questions, so that things don't get out of control for anyone on the staff, and especially in this case for Gail. So we do appreciate Gail, and we appreciate all the staff of the town. It's important that we keep ourselves accountable to those things. So Heidi, thank you for bringing that to our attention. And again, if you want accurate information, contact a reliable source at town hall. Facebook is not always the best place to get facts. So thank you. Anyone else?
No hands up on
Okay.
Zoom.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd just like to add that I did put a post up after I saw that one, stating that she was not to be held, and that people should be thanking the staff. So there is going to be something coming out, but it has not posted yet, because it's on the Facebook page that has to have approval. So, but people have to stop just like jumping. I mean, enough is enough. We need to come together. We don't need the divides. And that's basically what I've been trying to do this week. I mean, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated. And people that just like constantly just jump at people. If you haven't read, I mean, I know a few of you are on Facebook. It's enough. It's enough. That's all I have to say. Enough.
Okay. Any select board comments? Then you go ahead, then we'll go to Dennis. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to comment on something that was stated last night at the Budget and Candidates Night that Eric Kraus asked about in terms of the use of the not TIF funds, but the local option tax funds and the intent of the use of those funds. And he is absolutely correct in that the intent for those funds was to be used on things failing within the town of Hartford. And I still support what I say, the fact that our cemeteries do need that support, but I do think that going forward in any budget process that we do, we need to definitely look at getting back to the true intent of those local option tax funds. And cemeteries are something that we as a town are going to have to include in the budgets. And the local option tax money is going to have to be used towards what I would consider initiatives to better off things that are broken in our town. And I just think that we really do need to focus on what the true intent of that was. I was a little dismayed after listening to some of the comments that were made last night at the meeting. The lack of information that was available was a little disheartening for people in the town. And again, it's not on our department heads to supply that information. And it was a budget presentation night. And so I'm just surprised that we didn't have that information available. I also like to say that it's very disheartening when we as a town on a night that is specifically set aside for budget, tell people that call in and ask questions that they should be able to find the information out for themselves. That's very disheartening to hear that. It's the one night above all other nights in the town that we should have every question available to be answered. And I was really disappointed. And I do not see that that it's our department head's position to try to come in and be involved with that. The people who make out the budget are to be responsible for that budget. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as some may be aware, this is my last select board meeting, regular meeting. We're going to meet Zoom on Saturday, I guess, but I just want to say I'm been very proud to serve the town this way, all of you. It's been I'm very humbled to have sat next to each one of you and worked with you. It's been quite an experience. You know, this is our home, our house. And I just want to charge the folks that are continuing on here to take care of our house as best as we can. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dennis.
Yeah, I think I'd also like to just acknowledge both Joe and Dennis. And Dennis, I hope it's okay if, can I still call you with questions?
Of course, I'm not going anywhere.
Get your opinion on things, but
I'd be honored if you did.
I have always really genuinely valued your perspective on things. And sometimes it's made me look at situations in different light. And I've learned a lot from, I miss you sitting right next to me, but on the other side of the dais too, it's really been an honor to serve with you.
Thank you very much.
Oh man, we're just doing a little love fest, but
Jeez.
I will keep it brief. But I just wanted to add that, Dennis, what I have appreciated and learned from you so much on the board is how to just be authentic and admit what you know and admit what you don't know. And I think that that's really hard to do when you're up here and you're supposed to, have the answers. And we all try to have answers as best we can, but I appreciate you modeling and showing that you can be that authentic self and be learning and growing and want to show that up for the town in that way. And I think that's incredible. And to Joe, if you're watching, I've learned about compromise from Joe Major. I've learned about measure and resolve and taking in a lot of information before you speak, and just really staying committed to hearing a lot of different perspectives, and really appreciate your work in bringing a couple of really important and helpful town forums together, the affordable housing conversation, the cannabis conversation. So yeah, wishing you the best. And yes, I will be in touch with both of those folks for sure, if I can be.
Certainly.
So we don't know what next Tuesday is going to bring. So hopefully I'll be serving with Dan for sure. Hopefully I'll be serving with you ladies. I'm not sure what's going to happen after the election here, but it's been a pleasure to serve with you. I've learned a great deal. I've learned a lot from sitting out in the audience, but when I went from there to here, it was a much steeper learning curve. And every single person that's ever sat on these seats, I've gained something from. And Mr. Brown's history within the town of Hartford has served to help me refresh some of my history of the town of Hartford, because I've been a lifelong Hartford resident as well as he has. And it's made some recollection of things in the past, which I think are important, that we don't repeat history sometimes. And it will be missed, his perspective on that. Joe's perspective, he is the voice of reason when there's a heavy sale out there and the seats are coming on hard. And I've gotten him and had that voice of calm. And it's been nice for me to be able to go with him, to go to him and receive that calm voice from him. Ally, I appreciate sitting next to you. You bring a very different perspective, a younger perspective than I do, and it's interesting to see that come forth in these meetings. Kim, your attention to detail on the budgets is outstanding. I like to think I understand them, but you are so much more than ahead of me in terms of understanding the budgets, and I appreciate that. So no matter where we go, it's been a pleasure, and we'll continue on from here. So thank you all. Please do whatever happens on Tuesday. So I know we'll be losing Dennis, and Dan and I will gain others. So.
Thank you, Lanny. I don't think there's anything I can add that hasn't been said. But yes, we do appreciate people. And if you want to know how difficult it is to sit up here and serve, then run and you'll find out. It's really an eye-opening experience. So we do the best that we can, and we're not going to please everyone. That's reality, unfortunately, but we do what we think is best. So thank you.
So not to spoil this mood, but I just want to do a little point of clarification on the lot funds. The way the charter amendment is worded, it does say net proceeds which to be deposited into a capital reserve fund, and then it says until directed otherwise by the vote of the town. So I think that means it's held in a capital reserve fund, but it's not limited to being used on capital projects, is my interpretation of it. So I'm just sharing that as well.
Thanks, Kim.
Okay.
I got my hand up.
Mike, go ahead, sorry.
Just put it up.
Oh, thanks. A couple things. I also looked up the charter for the lot, and I think that I would agree with Kim's interpretation on that. But what I really wanted to say is that it's been a total honor to serve with Dennis and Joe, particularly Dennis's update on the Hartford Salamander team was one of the best things I'd heard all year. So we'll miss you guys for sure.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
And the bonus is they're both around town and are still willing to be contacted. So that's great for all of us. So thank you. Okay, so I think it brings us to the town manager's report. Tracy, when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna just do a couple of little quick things and kind of dig into the main course of the matter. Tax payments were due at 5 p.m. on Friday the 11th, and we moved $1.7 million into delinquency as required by statute. So, you know, that next Monday we're required to formally say that anybody who hasn't paid their bill is moved into delinquency. It's the same amount as last year, so no better, no worse. All payments received after that date are subject to a 2% penalty and a 1% interest charge each month. If we receive a late payment by mail, we're required to examine the postmark for the date. So if the postmark is February 11th or earlier, we can accept that as being an on-time payment. The postmark is February 12th or later, it is determined to be delinquent. That is again by statute. So it's completely out of the hands of finance. It's actually out of my hands. It's out of all of your hands. There's literally nothing we can do. If the postmark is illegible, we use the check date. Again, February 11th, it's deemed undelinquent and we reverse those charges. If they come in later, we do have to make that be delinquency. Delinquent tax letters have been sent out and my office is planning on beginning the tax sale proceeds in the spring. We held off on that due to COVID, but we are highly encouraged to maintain a regular cycle of doing tax sales. There's a link on the town manager report because the work around tax sales is very complicated and I didn't want to have to summarize that and be inaccurate. Second thing really quick, the website is about 6 weeks from going live. Thank you to all of the staff. We site mapped, we cleaned out the junk drawers, looked at old links, old pages that no one's using. And the vendor is now starting a migration project, which takes a significant amount of time. That's the slowest portion of this, is to move all of our pages over to the new format. We're going to be doing some pushes for high resolution photos that we can feature on the site to showcase the entire community. It's something that the town doesn't have centralized, so we don't have a lot of great photos. Some departments have a lot more than others, but it would be great to have a lot. So we'll be doing that push out. And just in case anybody's nervous, the actual movement from the site, from one site to the other, takes just a few hours, and they do it at a low traffic time of night. So it's not like the site's going to be down for multiple days. Knock wood, unless something goes horribly awry. Town meeting day is Saturday. So I checked in with all of the staff on SIGAX. They said that it was okay to not highlight anything, so we could let you know that we have now 2 staffing changes. On March 4th, we are going to say goodbye to Brad Vale, who is going on up to Barrie to be the police chief there. The next week, on March 11th, we're going to say goodbye to Hannah Tyler, who is moving into the private sector for a job opportunity down there. So both of our staff are working on transition plans with me, and internally they're coming together for both departments. And both Brad and Hannah are working through the variety of tasks that they do every day to make sure that everything is covered. We know that both of them have just really taken on a lot, especially Brad. And so that's work that's going on internally and with HR and myself. I know that there's some goodbye things planned and some farewells and thank yous. Those plans are being kind of managed by their staff. So if you would like to say goodbye or send an email to either one of them, that's very deeply appreciative. And we're just going to keep on keeping on. Hannah inherited a job description from many, many years ago. So that's actually the first step, is to, again, to reimagine that job description in a more modern standard. So that's it. We are, it's been a sad couple of weeks for the department heads. We get together every Monday. Though it's been remote for the last couple of weeks, as we've tried to not breathe each other's Omicron filled air. And so we're going to get together as a group who has put in some long hours together and made some rough decisions together to, you know, just spend some time with each other and move on. We know that this happens. We know that many of our staff are actually new to the town and left places that they were before to come here. And we know that this happens again, but it's always sad to say goodbye to people. That's really it for me. I'm happy to highlight some significant activities. I guess on a happier note, we are welcoming our new administrative assistant down in Public Works, Kim Narden Brown. We're really excited to have Kim on board. And she's doing some great new process improvements there already. And we're excited to get her settled in and see what else she can take on. That's it for me. Happy to answer questions and all that.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Tracy. Of course, that was hard news to get. Is regarding the police chief search, can you give a general timeline of like when the advisory committee will be, just give an overview?
Yeah, so what's happening right now is a workforce survey has gone out to the police department managed by AICP. So that's an internal survey that allows police department staff to say how they feel about their workplace and how they feel about a variety of character traits, skills, trainings, what's working for them, what's not working for them. And the next thing that's coming out, I think tomorrow, is a community survey, which will be available online. And they're also helping us navigate a hard copy challenge for those of us who aren't online. And that's also going to say community character traits, how you feel about the state of policing, what you would see in a police chief, what your priorities are as a community. As those get ready, the job description is done and they'll be building the candidate profile. So that's the splashy, pretty thing that, you know, goes out all over to say that this is who Hartford is and this is what they're looking for. And this is the process. Once those are ready from them, the advisory council will actually gear up, and I have an email drafted to let people know how that timeline is going. And really, once that happens, that moves fairly quickly. So once those are okayed, it gets pushed out by the contractor. And usually these things percolate for about 3 to 4 weeks. And then it'll move even faster. So they're thinking June. Sometime in the month of June, we will be nearing down to a final decision in terms of that. Because once the posting closes, it's just a much quicker process as we get people, as we whittle down into that smaller and smaller pool. There's some few more nuances in there, but
Have you selected the advisory group yet?
we're just finishing up. We needed to find one more type of person. So we are looking for people that have like that provide social services in the town. We reached out to the school board because we wanted a parent, a teacher and administrator to have their perspective, as well as someone who works for Hartford School District. And that took a little bit of time on the other side. So it should be coming out this week.
Thank you.
In terms of the police recruitment process, is the objective to get a chief on board and let the chief decide on a deputy hiring process and the captains, or are we going to try to use the same process for? What is the thought process for that?
Yeah, I am immensely thankful to some of the resources that we have as a community, especially Trevor Whipple, who is the law enforcement consultant for VLCT. And he spent many years in law enforcement, and now he is working with VLCT, and he answers these questions for all members. And he really advised us that it's best when you come into a leadership role to be able to, it's okay to, I don't mean to make this sound bad. It's great to inherit people, but it would also provide a person with a sense of autonomy and their own direction and their own leadership to be able to participate in a search for deputy chief. I have to be careful talking about kind of promotional opportunities, but you know, the last time Bobby was here with you all, he said that we probably weren't going to be filling that lieutenant position until June. But you know, he's working on possibly moving that timeline up. It's a transparent process. So for example, anybody that is promoted in the police department up to say lieutenant or sergeant, they have to write a letter. We open it up. There's an oral board. They write a letter of intent. They come in an interview and they get ranked. So it's a transparent civil service process rather than just choosing someone to promote. So they're beginning that process as well to expedite the promotion process for lieutenant and for some of the other staff members who have been in acting roles for quite some time. And it's time to permanently fill those spots.
Okay.
Okay. I guess that will bring us to under board reports, motions and ordinances, the certificate, no appeal or suit pending. So the assessor. Joe, when you're ready, come on up. Yeah, how are you?
for a rainy Monday. Right? I didn't think it was supposed to rain in Vermont.
It's Tuesday, Joe.
Um,
You're ahead of the game.
Okay, so what you guys have in front of you is for 4 years. You guys have in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. This is a state statute. This will be quick. This is basically what this says is there's no suits or appeals pending on any of the grand lists. The reason you're just getting it now is because there has been appeals since 2018 on these things. So they're free and clear now. So what we have to do is this is the final stamp on them. So what we'll do, if you guys are okay with it, and I can, verify and vouch that there is no suits or appeals pending on these grand lists for 21, 20, 19, and 18. Sign these go into the actual grand list. These don't go to the state. This is just a statutory requirement that we say, okay, we're done with these, put it in the books, and we're done. So, I mean, that's really all it is, in a nutshell. Nothing crazy going on here. You guys can take a look at it, and if you got any questions, just let me know.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions, from anybody? Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So last night during our budget candidates night, there was some presentation by the school, and they talked about that we haven't had an appraisal, and I don't know when the last one was, but Russ North did a great job presenting that and said that we've sort of dodged, in my words, sort of dodged a bullet for the time being, but this new appraisal thing is going to have to happen, I assume, pretty quick, or we're going to be out of.
Yeah, okay, so we could have a 2-hour conversation on that if you wanted to, guys. I mean,
No, I don't.
okay. So we plan on a presentation sometime in April to go over all this. It's a pretty deep topic. Yeah, and it's coming up. What he said, I was listening, I was in the meeting, and everything that he said was accurate. So that thing is pending. Unless something crazy happens in the market and prices start to drop and things level out, and even go the other way that they're going right now. But if that doesn't happen, then yeah, we're looking at a couple years, 3 years, maybe the most, before something like that happens.
I know you've explained this because I know I've asked it before about the way we used to do it, doing a village a year.
Yeah.
So every 5 years, everything would be up to date just continuously. And I know you've argued against that, but I still do wonder if that's makes some sense. Instead of taking that all in a year, I think we've done it both ways. Long ago, it was this one, do it all this in a year, and then we went to do it a village a year, every 5 years, that everything would be somewhat up to date. So I just thought I'd throw that out there.
I can sum that up real quick. What happens is it creates an inequity between towns. If I were to go back, revalue White River
Villages.
or villages, excuse me. If I were to go revalue White River, bring them up to current market value, and say the market is increasing 5% a year, guess what happens to White River? They get 5% more taxes every year because I just brought them up to current and not everybody else. So it creates a largely inequitable reassessment. That's the reason in a nutshell. We don't want to do it that way. It just makes more sense to do.
I hear all that. It seems like quite a burden to take that on in a year for, we'll have to budget. I mean, you probably already budgeted, but enough said. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah, it's not, just to give you guys a little bit of background on me. I did 130,000 parcels in a year before, so 7,000 is not going to be a huge undertaking. I mean, it's a big undertaking, don't get me wrong, with just 2 staff members. So
I'm
we
glad
all back
you're
that up.
doing
I
it,
had
not me.
35 when we did 130,000 parcels. So, but anyway, yeah, I've been through it. It's the most equitable way to approach it for sure.
Thank you.
Holly, go ahead.
I'd be prepared to move this if there's not any more discussion. Oh,
Make it good.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve the 4 PVR 4155 forms and authorize the assessor to file with the corresponding grand list.
Is there a second?
Second. Oh, sorry. Right there. So Kim,
Kim, thank you. Any other discussion or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And Mike?
Sorry, aye.
Okay. All right, so it's unanimous. Thank you.
Be good.
Thank you, Joe.
so Joe, feel free to put in for like a new pair of sneakers if you want, or, we can do that.
Oh, good.
He likes coffee. We'll get him hooked up.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Well, we have to put a plan in place for all that, and of course, you guys, everybody will be aware of that, so when we do it, it's gonna be very transparent. Thank you.
So we need, thank
Thank
you.
you, Joe. Okay, that brings us to South Main Street Project Bid Award.
Hannah is remote tonight, David. Would you kindly bring her over? Okay.
Hannah, when you're ready, go ahead.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Hannah Tyler. I'm the Director of Public Works for the town of Hartford. I am very excited to be here tonight remotely and present our proposed bid award approval for our South Main Street Phase 2 portion of our big utilities and streetscaping project. We've been working very closely with the state of Vermont and our consultants Aldrich and Elliott to get this portion of this project out to bid and to this phase. So we received 4 bids, 3 of which were considered complete. We received bids from L&M Service Contractors of Norwich, Vermont, Knott's Excavating of Hartford, Vermont, SUR Construction West of Winchester, New Hampshire, and Munson's Earth Moving Corporation of Williston, Vermont. Unfortunately, the bid, although it was a low bid, L&M Service Contractors was determined to be non-responsive by our engineers for a variety of reasons and not accepted. We are recommending tonight that the bid award go to Knott Excavating of Hartford, Vermont in the amount of $2,304,361.00, which is close to $300,000 lower than the engineer's estimate for the project, for this portion of the project.
Thank you, Hannah. Kim, go ahead.
Hannah, can you, I have to say, I was not disappointed that all of the detailed bids were not included in the agenda, though I would have read them if they were. But I'm curious, what does it mean to be non-responsive by the engineers for the L&M service contractors?
What happens is there's a kind of like a checklist of things that they have to make sure that they provide during the bidding process. They have to ensure that they have provided all of the insurance requirements, that they acknowledged all of the amendments to the bid process. And if I recall correctly, I'm sorry, I don't have it exactly in front of me. This company did not acknowledge receipt of all of the amendments to the bid process. And it's very, very standard to, the clean water and drinking water and federal funding sources. The engineers, Aldrich and Elliott, do a lot of outreach to the bidders and plan holders who register their names. So that was a little bit fortunate in this case, but we're excited to be at this stage.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, Hannah, I'm not disappointed at all to hear that we're getting this for $300,000 less, but when I hear that throws up a kind of not a red flag, but a yellow flag for me to say, how is this $300,000 different? And it makes me want to make sure that we have really good oversight of this project when it takes place. I'm pleased to see that Knox is a local company and they're getting this contract, but $300,000 is a whole heck of a lot of money. And what sort of oversight is there as the project's ongoing from the project management standpoint to ensure that everything is taking place according to what we want to do?
That's a great question, Lanny. So we have a contract currently with Aldrich and Elliott. They are the design engineers and also the longstanding project engineers for this project. And they work very closely with the funding sources and the FED to ensure that everything is being executed exactly in accordance with the project document. We have monthly or more frequent meetings with this whole team, all of the stakeholders, to ensure that everything is happening in exact accordance with the specifications, state regulations, our own town ordinances, town preferences, contract documents, to ensure that everything is happening exactly the way we want it. I have the utmost faith with the town's professional staff, the professional staff that we have on contract, and all of our partners within our regulatory agencies to ensure that this is being executed within the town of Hartford's best interest.
Yeah, like I say, just a $300,000 ticket there is that's just a lot of money. So thank you.
Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I'm glad that Mr. Collins brought that up because the town has been stung before on some previous projects. An example out here on the sidewalk on the Ralph Lehman Bridge over here, the concrete's like mud, and we somehow got wronged on that. I don't know how it happened. Down at the transfer station, stuff is settling. We had to tear down the awning on the what we use as now over where the hazardous waste is collected, and there's a big dip there. And I know that way past long ago select board person apologized for letting that go through the way it did. It just wasn't dug up properly to start with and then settled, and now we're paying the price, or have paid the price for it. And likewise with the South Main Street wall that we just did last summer, that was done not too long ago and bulged out, and should have been more of a permanent fix if done properly. Hopefully it'll be staying good. So I just want to say I'm just glad that we're on top of this as far as checking, make sure we get a good bill of goods when we're done. Thank you.
What else? Allie, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move that we award the contract to Not Excavating in the amount of $2,304,361 and authorize the town manager to execute and implement the contract, including amendments and change orders as may be necessary.
Is there a second?
Second.
Go ahead, Mike.
Second from Mike.
Oh, thanks. Second.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Dennis?
Just, I'm wondering if an amendment to the motion needs to be made, because it doesn't say what it's for.
We could add for South Main Street
Yeah.
Phase 2 project.
It's a motion. It doesn't say what it's for.
Mike, are you okay with that friendly amendment?
Yep.
Okay.
It's Ally.
Oh,
I am
sorry.
too,
Oh,
yes.
sorry, I thought Dennis made it. I forgot. Okay, yes. Thank you, Kim.
So basically, the award the contract to Not Excavating in the amount of $2 million, but for the South Main Street project Phase 2. So Phase 2 project.
All right. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Great, so it's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. Okay, next up is the climate action plan implementation update.
All right, I'm gonna bring Dana up. This is Dana's first time with you all, so, be kind. He's not hardened like Hannah and Joe Turner and myself, so.
Can we admit a co-host?
All right, yeah. All right, he's gonna have a PowerPoint, David.
Dana Clausen, D Clausen at Hartford. As a panelist.
Yep.
So my name is Dana Clausen. I'm the Environmental Sustainability Coordinator here for the town of Hartford. Here to give you guys an update on the climate action plan and where we are with that. So as far as just a little background here with climate change, I'm sure we all see it now in the news. We see it statewide, nationally, locally. Vermont UVM came out with their first ever Vermont climate assessment this past year, looking at how it's already starting to impact us. And then there below, you can see two articles from the Valley News. One was from October, where they're highlighting how mushers are now practicing in the street. Snow is no longer in condition for them to do it in the winter. And then another article about just the weather changes coming to Vermont and New Hampshire. The UVM article also just highlights that we've seen a 2-degree increase since 1900s. We're starting to see more precipitation in the town, which is leading to more floods. And these are the kind of things that we need to start getting our heads around and thinking about. The town of Hartford is already well above or ahead of most folks with your climate action plan. For those of you that don't remember, the plan, or it's a big plan, so not remember, but it's a lot to digest. It addressed 9 sectors with 37 strategies, had 176 actions, and is looking to be implemented over 9 years. On the right-hand column there is the sectors that are involved: building and energy, transportation and land use, waste management, water, local food, etc. To help me break down that plan, I've been working with primarily a commission, and as outlined in the plan, we have pulled together a climate action steering team. This is comprised of folks from different committees and commissions here in the town. They are kind of helping me break the plan down, digest it, identify low-hanging fruit, and put actions into place. Then there's also the Climate Advisory Committee and the Hartford Energy Commission, which is also very involved with the climate action plan. The folks that have joined cast from the various committees are all listed there. So what we try to do is get a swath of folks from various commissions and committees. There's a number of folks on there from the Hartford Energy Committee, but we also have folks from the Conservation Committee, Resilient Hartford, and the Planning Commission. So what we've been doing really is helping familiarize ourselves with the CAP. Again, it's a big plan. It really takes a lot for us to think through, identify our first priorities, make them doable. So we're looking to take action, and then also building momentum in accomplishing and preparing for climate. Specifically, what the folks from the Climate Action Steering Committee has been working on is some folks are involved in outreach and education. This is reaching out to local schools, libraries, community groups, trying to get folks familiar with what the Climate Action Plan is doing and what we're trying to accomplish. We have folks working on promoting electric vehicles. This includes the Hartford Energy Commission doing a drive electric outreach program this spring, and coming out with a guide for the Upper Valley and buying
EV cars. We were also reaching out to various commissions and committees in town here to see what kind of projects they are working on that are involved in the climate action plan. And then we've got promoting energy and energy saving programs, which I'll talk a little bit about more in a moment. And this is kind of on the community outreach side. So there's a community outreach side and then there's the municipal side. So I'm been the one primarily working on the municipal stuff. Some of the stuff we've been looking at is identifying mechanical systems and vehicles here in town that will need to be replaced in the next 1 to 3 years, really trying to follow the natural schedule of replacement and identifying what the low emissions, no emissions options are for those. So that's because for some of the town's vehicles, we can't just go directly to an electric vehicle. We're looking at hybrids just because those are the options that are available for, say, emergency vehicles. We're also putting forth tonight additions to the purchasing policy that include climate action plan related language. Looking at insulating the Bugby Senior Center, which I'll talk about more in a moment. Looking at purchasing a hybrid ambulance and enrolling the town in what's called the Flexible Load Management Program, which is a program with Green Mountain Power, which doesn't necessarily save us energy as much as it does helps the grid become more resilient because it's getting the town hall to use less power during peak events. So that way, as everything begins to go electric, if the grid can't keep up with it, then the large buildings to lessen their energy use when there's a huge draw. And then the Bugby Senior Center, as I just mentioned, it's been insulating the roof has been part of energy plan since 2017. I don't know how familiar folks are with the Bugby Center, but it actually doesn't have like your traditional drywall roof. It just has acoustic tiles that somebody then went in and stapled fiberglass bats to the ceiling joist. I don't know how even in the mid 70s somebody looked at that and went, "Good job," but it's the way it is. So what we're going to look to do is insulate the actual roof, and you can see there where the center is the attic now is very well ventilated. You see the big 2 vents at both ends. You've got the space there. If you look in the bottom left-hand corner picture, but you look up at the right side, you can see where there's even ventilation where the roof meets the gable end. So basically all that air in the Bugby Center is able to just pass right through there without any kind of traditional ceiling and go out the roof. And the 2 energy saving plans or options that we really are pushing right now is the Weatherization Assistance Program. This is a federal program with community action boards across the country that'll weatherize homes for folks. So if your income qualifies, you can actually get a bunch of work done in your house at no cost to you. So I'm putting this up here tonight to kind of help spread the word and really let people know that there are options out there. If you know anybody, put them in touch with me. I can help put them in touch with Sevka. And there's also now even these programs have recently received a lot of federal funds. So they're even sometimes covering the replacement of heating systems with high efficiency heat pumps. And then the last thing that we've been really putting a lot of work into recently is the Hartford Energy Commission has partnered with the Heartland Energy Commission. And we are putting together a window dressers program for this November. And the way this program works is it's out of a nonprofit. It's a nonprofit that's in Maine. And basically they come around to communities, provide them with the tools, the training, and also the pieces to create window inserts. And then folks can either purchase them, or if they're low income, there are sometimes grants to help cover those so they can pop those inserts into their windows in the wintertime and help cut down on drafts and such. And we'll be doing that again this November, looking for both volunteers and folks that are interested in those window inserts. So that is pretty much the presentation for tonight. And I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Dana.
start them.
Go ahead. Do you have a question?
Well, I was just gonna say if you want to start them.
Oh,
Dennis
okay,
has-
Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Yes, a couple of things I thought of. I don't know why I didn't think of this one earlier. I'm curious why we don't have a liaison to this committee. I don't,
I am to the energy.
well, there's several, I mean, the Conservation Commission's on it, the Energy Commission is on it, you know, they have members and whatnot, but I just think it, maybe with the concerns I've had anyways about the implementation of this, I'm just curious if we'd had a select board member there that could see their progress and report on it and whatnot, if maybe we'd all been better informed. Something to think about. I just think I know that everybody wants more liaison duties. Nice of me to suggest that now. And the other thing is, can you go back to the slide on Bugby
Sure.
for a second? I'm curious about the plan here.
Yep.
I think you said you're going to insulate the roof.
Yes, sir. The roof line and the gable end.
So I'm looking here in the rafters here. You're talking about putting insulation there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, I mean, this plan half work, because it's got good ventilation, because you want to make it cold up there so you don't get ice dams.
Mhm.
And so I'm not sure how you do this. You want the roof to be cold. I'm probably not telling you anything you don't know, but most, well, Cape style or this arrangement, I realize that putting that on top of the ceiling tiles was a mistake. I don't know why they did that, but the whole way that insulating and whatnot to prevent ice dams is what I'm looking at here is right short of this that you described about the insulation in the ceiling part.
Yep.
So I just don't know. You could put proper vents up through here, I guess, before you put the insulation. But you have to keep the roof cold. If it gets any heat there, it drips down into the edge and then it's where it gets cold again and it melts and many of us have seen plenty of houses with these huge ice dams on it. I'm just hoping that as you're doing this, some thoughts giving to that, because I'm just curious because if you do the insulating in the rafters here, you will then done away with the ventilation here to keep that cold in the roof. So can you just expand on that a little?
Sure, yeah. So the way that this works, and it is a pretty popular technique, is you bring the whole attic then into the thermal envelope. So the heat does not stop at the floor with that insulation. It stops at the roof line and the gable end. So you'll have like an R48 probably spray foam roof. The heat does not transfer through that, so that's what prevents the ice dam. I see where there was a very traditional way of doing it where you would do the flat roof, but now it's not uncommon to have the gable ends and the roof line insulated in either new homes or retrofits. And this is the plan that was in the one of the energy audits. I can't remember which one because there's a bunch of them. And also we've talked to a couple of contractors as well. And I would say, as somebody that was working as an insulation inspector,
It's unmuted somehow.
in Massachusetts, that probably about half the roofs that I've seen in the last 4 or 5 years were insulated on the roof line and the gable ends. It's not an uncommon practice.
Just the last question towards this. I have no idea what you just said, but I'm not a professional at this, but I will say the first house I bought had a similar situation to what I think you're proposing here. And it was disastrous. We had ice dams. And so I learned a lot about insulating in attics and so forth. So if with this current plan, is the attic part that we just saw, will that be heated then?
It wouldn't be directly heated, but heat would go up into it. what would prevent the ice dams is the insulation on the roof line. It would not heat up like a roof, like your flat roof with just your tile and your plywood, where in the situation that you're talking about, once heat escapes from a house and gets up into that attic, that's what's able to melt that roof line, because all you have is some plywood, some shingles, and a little bit of sheathing. That's not gonna stop the heat. When you do the roof line, when you insulate on the roof line and the gable end, that insulation is what is stopping the heat from transferring to the outside to those, whatever you have, whatever ceiling material, roofing material you have, heating the snow from underneath and causing ice dam.
I'm still troubled by this, because what you just said may be true, but then what do you gain from insulating the center, the building center, if you're insulating the roof, but heat is still going to escape through the ceiling? You will not have addressed any of that with this.
There's no air transfer to the outside. There's no prop events. There's no ventilation. That roof is no longer ventilated.
You're going to take out the gable end roof vent, the gable end
Yes.
vents.
Yeah, and there's also that chicken coop in the middle. If you drive by the Bugby, you see that thing that's just kind of like an old, kind of looks like a chimney, but it's just
Cupola.
yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so that all that would be cut off.
Okay. I guess I would think that if we were going to do true insulating of the center, I would think you put in a proper ceiling and put in proper insulation there. But I'm not an expert, but I just do have to wonder about this.
Dana, I'm sure that by this time you reviewed the plan by Pale Blue Dot, correct? And do you have any, I guess I'm not sure if the correct term is comments or concerns about the Pale Blue Dot presentation that we should be made aware of going forward, or is it pretty spot on from your perspective?
It's pretty spot on. It's written like I think most plans like that would be written with a fairly wide brush, and it doesn't get into all the details. The other thing that's changed since that report has come out is some of the federal funding that's going to be made available, and some of the other opportunities. Vermont also came out with their own climate plan, so there's things that we can now dovetail into. So possibly some of the recommendations in the Pale Blue Dot report, the priorities have somewhat shifted so that we can align more with what's coming out of the state.
And along with that, we have an initiative in the town to be carbon neutral. What's the date? 2027. Do you see that being something that's obtainable at this point with your time on board, or is this a pie in the sky idea?
We're going to try as best we can. There are challenges. I mean, right now, even if I had endless amounts of money, I don't know that I could get all the supplies and talent that we would need to meet that. That said, we've still got 7 years. A lot of things are changing. So we're going to really need to see how things shake out in the next 4 to 5 years before I would really feel comfortable making a statement on that one.
Okay, and so we've made a commitment as a municipality to be carbon neutral. We probably won't be able to meet that goal at this point. With the way, I mean, COVID's thrown a big monkey wrench in everything, so I'm not sure if that's going to affect our ability as a municipality to be carbon neutral.
COVID has thrown a big monkey wrench into everything, but there's also been a bunch of federal funds released, and Vermont's own climate plan, which just came out December 1st, and they haven't really laid out what the priorities of Vermont is. You see a little bit of stuff coming out of the legislature now, but we're really trying to figure out, what can we dovetail with, and that's going to kind of determine where we can get in those goals.
Okay. And lastly, sir, when do you see yourself being able to reach out in the community for community members, as far as for helping out with some ideas for community members, concerns for their own households. Do you see that as something in your future, or do you more concentrated on the municipal side of things? What is your thought process towards that?
Both. I think a lot of the commission members are helping with the community outreach. I'm still involved. I'm still helping with the organizing of the window dressers program, but I'm also relying on folks from the Hartford Energy Commission and working in partnership with them.
And if people need to, just those out listening in the world, if people need to get more information on how I can obtain funding and help for winterization projects, can they contact you? And,
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you should be able to help them from there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you just let everybody know what your email address is, your contact information?
Sure. It's D Clausen, DCLAWSON at hartford.vt, or sorry, -vt.org.
Thank you.
Can I just, before you did, I have questions too, but David, could you put me back as a panelist? I got bumped up. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks so much, Dana, and like just a huge like circular round of applause to the cast, and it's just very exciting to see this work getting started. And yes, it's such a big bite to take. It's a big thing to take a bite out of, but I just really appreciate all the work that's gone in so far. And I do have a wonder, and Kim and I had a really informative meeting with Eric Kraus, formerly the chair of the Climate Advisory Committee, just to get his take on it as well. And I know again that this is massive, and I'm just wondering, because looking through these different items and sort of steps and how the priorities are laid out, and going back to the resolution, adopting and implementing the Town of Hartford Climate Action Plan, sort of the deliverable, as it was framed in the resolution, was a work sequence and timeline for implementation tasks. And so I think everything, that's laid out in these sections is incredible. It makes a lot of sense. I'm like on board. But what I don't know is how all of it's going to exactly happen in terms of from sort of a project management perspective of, okay, if we're looking at section 7, green space and trees, what sort of the timeline for these kind of 3 or 4 areas, and how are we sort of keeping track of the work and making sure it's happening? So again, I know that it's a heavy lift, but I would be curious to know if you or other members of CAST have thoughts about ways for each of those sections to really, from kind of a project management perspective, be kind of parsed out, so we're able to see what are the different steps. And maybe I see Carolyn, maybe you have thoughts about that. I was like, so I would love to hear about that, because it feels like that's maybe a next step of, again, just kind of staying accountable, and for us to kind of keep track on how all of it's going to happen.
Oh, I was going to say, it looks like, yeah.
I'm happy to address some of that.
So I'm Carolyn Hooper. I'm here both, I guess, 3 times as a citizen. I'm on the Climate Advisory Committee, and I'm also on the Climate Action Steering Team. And so one of the things that we have discovered as we've worked through these different priorities is there's sort of 2 things that's happening. We have, what's the plan for implementation? What are the things that we want to find first? What are the things that are the low-hanging fruit? What are the things that are the biggest bang for the buck? But then the other piece is, how do we actually make those happen? And I think that's sort of where we are right now as we were sifting through all these things. What are the first things that we can give to the select board? But it became very apparent is, how do we make it happen now? And I think that's only coming more clear as we speak. So for the Climate Advisory Committee, where one of the things that we were tasked with was that resolution, we're now looking at saying, okay, maybe the Climate Advisory Committee needs to move into more of an outreach and education role to begin to connect with the community, to let them know the kinds of things that they can do. We're talking about making that website. We don't want to spend tons of energy and time making another website, but we do want a place for people to be able to go and interact with and say, I have an interest in this sector, or I need something for my house. Where can I get that information? there are a lot of things that are happening in the Upper Valley around climate change. There's a lot of places to go and there's a lot of information to try and get to. We're hoping to have something for the people of the town of Hartford where they don't have to sift through a whole bunch of different regional things. So I don't think we have a super good answer for exact timeline as we're starting to figure out how best to implement these things. I think that's what we're going to look at for this next part when we come to the August meeting. It's just right now finding what are the things that we need to focus on. And it became very apparent that a lot of people are supportive of climate and the climate emergency that showed up in the resolution. But a lot of people don't know about the climate action plan that the town of Hartford has. And so one of our missions is to get that out there. Can we get it to libraries? Can we get it to schools? Can we make it available in a form that's easy for people to get a hold of and look at and become informed? Can we be available to answer questions for them? So that outreach and education, that establishing relationships at this very beginning is going to be critical to making this successful in the long run. We need to build those foundational parts. So hopefully that helps to put some perspective around it.
Yeah. And this, yeah, and then just kind of the follow-up, and I'd wonder what other board colleagues think about this, is just, you know, August maybe being the next time that we see this implementation plan right before budget season and how to kind of integrate that into the process. I know that was definitely my big learning of, you know, the climate action plan was approved in early September, and then we were in budget season and like trying to figure out how to go like this. And so I just wonder if there's another opportunity for the board to see this before August. I don't know if that's a huge, it's all a heavy lift, but to be able to maybe offer like another round of feedback, or especially Carolyn, as you're saying, like now it's become apparent of, okay, here are kind of the big buckets, and now how do we sort of parse out and make it happen? And so I just wonder if there's another sort of timeline marker that makes sense before August, so that it's not like we get it in August and we don't have another opportunity to review and revise before then we're trying to integrate it into a budgeting process. I don't know, Tracy, maybe you have thoughts about that.
You know, I'm glad Carolyn's here because, you know, as I've triangulated with all of them, you know, she speaks to it as a first person because she's so involved in both committees. And getting this out and getting accessible. I was counting on my fingers thinking, would a 3-month update like the end of May be a good option for folks? We might also, I'm going to look at Dana and go, Dana, we might have a better idea of what Vermont's coming down in terms of climate action funding at that point too, because the state legislature will be done ish. So we'll have a better idea of where they all shook out. And right now they're just starting to do some of that work in terms of what they're going to fund. And you know, my statement, I'd always rather use somebody else's money than Hartford money. So that could give us a little time to see where the state shakes out on this. 3 months, Carolyn?
I think that's a great idea. You know, I think having the opportunity for us to get the word out, people to be educated, the paying for things. How are we going to pay for things? And frankly, paying for mitigation ahead of time, being proactive, as opposed to paying for adaptation after it already happens, it's a lot less expensive to pay for the mitigation part. So finding that funding, figuring out where we can do to help ourselves now, stay out of or minimize any impact that we have in the future, I think will go a long way. So knowing what funding's coming down the pipeline, checking in with you all again in May. Dana, how does that sound to you?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Thank you. May sounds great to me. And actually the other thing, and then I'll relinquish the floor, is actually what you just mentioned, Carolyn, about mitigation versus adaptation. And that was another point of feedback that came up in the conversation with Kim and Eric. And I'm learning certainly about the difference of those things and understanding, or starting to understand, why both are important. And so I wonder if there's, in this maybe next round of revisions, an opportunity to kind of break out in each of these sections, even though some might cross into both, which might be more on sort of the mitigation side and which might be more on the adaptation side, because I think that's also sort of how it's expressed in the plan too, which could be helpful, and just kind of to get our minds around both of those things.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ellie. I have questions, but Mike has his hand up. You want to go, Mike? Sure. Mike, go ahead.
Thank you. Dana, thanks for the presentation. That was very informative. It actually got me thinking a little bit about a question that was asked at Budget and Candidates Night last night, thinking about White River, Hartford in 20 years, and not just the effect of the climate on us getting more, floods, things like that, but just, the possibility of this area being a destination for people to move to, because, it may have at that point still a more favorable climate than other areas of the country. And what I think one of the things that's coming up for the select board, that's one of the more important things that it's going to look at, is how we spend our federal infrastructure money. There's still some chance possibly of, Washington passing some climate funds as well. So I really want to make sure, thinking about this is when how we choose to spend some of this money, what is the environmental impact? Are we hearing from CAST? Are we hearing from people? Are we hearing from stakeholders throughout the town who might have an interest in this? So I think it's just something to keep in mind when we get to that point, when we start making, some of those decisions about how do we bring in interested parties, not just on climate stuff, but on all sorts of issues. Because, we're not going to see that much federal funding again in our lifetimes, probably, right? So I think we really got to make it right. We got to make sure that it's spent in a way that takes into account some of these issues that get brought to our attention, and sort of have everything kind of integrated in the way we look at how things are spent. So that's just sort of my thoughts, something to put out there for people to think about. And thanks.
Kim, go ahead next. Yeah. Also echo the appreciation for the work that's been done and the steering team kind of coming together. Is the Climate Action Committee even functioning at this point? Do you know, Carolyn?
The Climate Advisory Committee?
Climate Advisory Committee. I got a lot of
We have a
CACs.
lot of acronyms here.
Yeah.
So at this point, it is. We have had several meetings on what's the difference between the Climate Advisory Committee and the Climate Action Steering Team? Do they have different roles? Are they redundant? And what we've kind of come up with, so it's myself and Lucas who are now on it. Dana is liaison and Mike Hoyt, who's the liaison. It is worth reconstituting and recruiting, and that as we shift more and as we examine how do we implement some of these things, the Climate Advisory Committee seems to have a good role in some of that outreach, some of that education, creating programs, bringing together people, being able to advise the select board, being able to advise CAST on some of the priorities. So at this point, it does seem to have a very viable role going forward. And we may find further down the road as we get into the implementation that's not too true, but right now it seems worthwhile that we're going to try and recruit members and have a full quorum.
Thank you. And I guess that's super helpful, because I was kind of thinking about the a couple things. What we're looking at in the agenda is not an implementation plan, it's just an update report from the steering team. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so what we're going to maybe see some draft of in May and a more formal version in August will be an actual implementation plan.
Yeah, so the Climate Action Steering Team came together in November, and it's a big report. And we really want to make sure that we're familiar with it and that we're putting together the best plan we can. But there's still some parts of it where we're still muddling through.
Okay, and I guess, and do you think there will be some sort of project management organization around it to, like, that anyone could look at to see these are the goals, this is the timeline, this is the deliverables, this is the cost? Like, is that what we're looking forward to?
Yeah, we're going to identify which parts of the plan, because I don't know that we have the capacity to tackle the whole thing at once.
But more than what you're
Yes.
describing here,
Yes.
right? Okay. And I guess, like, with the Climate Advisory Committee, I guess if I could, I've just made some notes going through, and where it says, like, living document changes will occur to the climate action plan. I guess I would hope that that would not happen without, like, there wouldn't actually be changes made to the plan itself without support from the advisory committee and the select board.
Correct. I think more when you're thinking, oh, it's a living document, it's, oh, since that document was written, ARPA funds are coming out.
Yep.
And the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is coming out.
Yep.
And then the Vermont Climate Plan is coming out, and all those are intersecting and just kind of changing how we prioritize stuff in line with what's going on around us.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. And I think, because like what I hope we don't wait for is to see what funding is available to decide. Like, I would love us to have a plan for like a goals and plans and timelines and deliverables with then opportunities for funding those things coming about, then that could get moved around, but to not wait to sort of give that whole just sort of map of the plan. Does that make sense? Okay, so we're on the same page. I just wanted to.
Kim, I think what you might see is like, these guys might come back in 3 months and say, okay, these are our top 10 priority projects. And then we come in and we go, oh my gosh, we can get this for free, or we can get a really low cost thing for number 12. So we're going to move this up to number 2.
Okay.
Like those sort of movements of, well, this is something that we thought was going to take more time, but turns out we can do that work with another group. Oh, that actually kind of changes this landscape and this priority a little bit differently to say, this is a great opportunity. We should take advantage of it. Let's reprioritize our time and energy to take advantage of something that's coming from the outside.
I love that. Then this is what makes the staffing committee so deft in moving through things. Will there be some sort of like software application that this is produced in, or is it just like a document that, I guess I'm curious as to how it would come.
We haven't discussed using like a project management software or something.
I think we could use something like that for, including the strategic plan for equity and inclusion. Like, I think it's a tool that the town might benefit from looking into some actual project management software to help manage, then we can essentially potentially put everything in and then organize as we go. Is that?
It'd have to be kind of an external project management facing tool. So you wouldn't want something that's like the internal thing where it's all the little, you're moving things from piece to piece and people are actually using, what I've used internally to manage projects. Monday.com comes to mind, and Jira, something like that. But possibly using sort of a dashboard, a public facing dashboard to show visually all of these different changes and kind of what's coming up and those sort of things. I think would be really beneficial. I can't necessarily promise anything. I want to get a little bit further into the website to kind of see before I say that I am a back.
And I'm not even talking about that it would have to be public facing. I'm just thinking within the department that I think it would be a really valuable tool. Just in terms of being, having managed a lot of projects, knowing professional project managers, like could be a valuable tool. I'll keep moving here. Like one thing, just in terms of one of the main observations that I had made with the plan itself, that I was really grateful that they made some modifications to, was, talking about mitigation versus adaptation, that it's super EV heavy, like it's very EV heavy. And I was emphasizing how critical, that's kind of mitigation, how critical public transportation is in terms of adaptability. And, for example, talking about there are pilots for little micro transit, anyway, these are things that I personally would be extremely interested in incorporating, like not just EV. I perfectly love EVs, but it's not the total solution, especially for cost, people income sensitivity. So I guess I would want to ask that there is some emphasis in whatever implementation toward public transportation. The project management tools. that when, I don't know if it's in the right context with, there's the number 2, planning commission highlight the areas where CAS could use help in implementing CAP. This is where something like incentivized impact fees, like with the planning commission, could be a really useful tool. Just throwing that out there that, we reinstate impact fees and then you reduce them based on efficiency, affordability, that kind of stuff. So if there's any like dovetailing there with the planning commission, I'd love to know about that and support it, help it in any way. Already addressed that question. We've done that. And then we haven't gotten to the procurement policy. One thing that I was thinking is the way that we've recently started getting sort of, I guess, I think they're mostly at each meeting, getting kind of updates on what the strategic plan for equity and inclusion progress is being made. I would say if it's reasonable to get updates on where we are with the climate action plan on a regular basis could be a useful tool as well. Like basically, we've been fairly criticized for not being accountable for implementing these big things that we have. I mean, I'm talking about us as a board, not criticizing anyone outside of the board, but I think for us to be held accountable, we need sort of regular updates on where we are, which basically puts it on us to say, are we getting there close? Are we getting far enough? So I'm just going to put that request out there, and if it's reasonable, you can fulfill it.
You all meet monthly?
We have not set it. We've been meeting every other week or every week for the past couple of months just to get this stuff together for tonight. We are going to pick our day and month at our next meeting. That's on our agenda. And it would be great if somebody wanted to be a board liaison.
For the cast.
For the cast.
Yeah, I was just wondering if they're meeting monthly, how often they would be able to really have a substantial update, versus little updates and how that would work. Another option we can do is we can add Dana to the SIG acts and ask him to put in his, we want to ask you for your top 5, but maybe you're, just a couple of bullet points in SIG acts, how the environmental.
Really appreciate that.
Okay, all right.
But then I have to say, like, is once a month enough? I mean, I know you all, I don't want to ask more of the stuff, but.
And you're talking about cast meeting once a month.
Yeah.
Right now, because we've actually been meeting about every 2 weeks, every week to every 2 weeks. And we were going to go to once a month. Were we? I don't even know that I think we were talking about once we determine what happened here and our next steps, that part of having cast was how nimble can we be so that we're not stuck in just one mode. So can we meet once a week if we need to, because there's a big push? Can we meet every couple of weeks? Is it okay? Can we take some breathing space and meet once a month? So, we can certainly, we have a lot of work to do. We really do. And so if it needs, I'm on board if it needs to be a little bit more often, or even more often. And I would like to, when there's a moment, I'd like to come back and address something that you brought up around transportation, because this actually ties into what I was talking about with education and outreach. It was EV heavy, it is EV heavy, and public transportation is absolutely a huge part of the solution. The problem is we're talking about a culture shift. So the educational part is not just can somebody afford to have an EV and we go along status quo, business as usual, we all have our own cars. The cultural shift comes in. How do I make changes to my life and my lifestyle that embraces something like public transportation, so that I have a choice not just between this EV and this EV, or EV and fossil fuel car, but I have another choice that might actually be better. But that entails changing my mindset of being individual versus community. And that's part of the education that we have to do when we talk about climate change and solutions here.
I agree, and I think, yeah, I can't imagine doing what you're all talking about, even just with the community outreach alone, without meeting more than once a month, but maybe I'm just not as efficient as everybody else.
And I think part of that is, you know, when we first came together, it was how do we put together an implementation plan? And now now it's not just the implementation plan, but how do we actually implement this thing?
Right. which
And
is part of
that's
the plan.
that now, those are our next big steps to take a look at. And how do we make this happen?
I think I'm gonna move on to the. Let's see. Yeah, and I think, you know, in sort of a matrix like that with the whole project plan is really focusing on the upfront costs and the savings of everything, you know, like anything, whether it's coming from Hartford taxpayers or from federal funds, like whatever financial investments we're going to make. I mean, we certainly need benchmarks for measurements. We need, you know, like those are, I mean, this is a huge plan to implement. And I feel like we're just at the very beginning. And I think we're behind schedule, like just as that is our tendency. And just quick note, kind of random about the window dressing stuff. Has your department been, like, you're familiar with Cover Home Repair and their weatherization as well? Okay, great, just making sure. All right, I think that's all I've got until next item. That's good.
Yes.
Thank you again. Just one last comment towards this part. I know this is information only, but I know that we're exercising the possibility of getting a hybrid ambulance. And I really hope we give that a careful thought before we do it, because with a vehicle like that has so many electrical accessories on it, light sirens and heaters and so forth, I really have a hard time understanding how that's going to work with being a hybrid vehicle. My first experience with a hybrid, that was in the early phase of this, hybrids coming out, but particularly in the winter when you have to run the heat and whatnot, the engine was running all the time anyways, most of the time. And I'm sure that has air conditioning and so forth. I hope it does. And I understand it costs more. It's got to pay back here and whatnot, but the fire chief there probably is listening. I'd be all for it if it was going to really work, but if it's just going to run as a gas vehicle most of the time to support all these accessories that an ambulance would have, then it's probably not worth it. But probably we'll hear more about that in the future. I just thought I'd put that out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Anyone else?
I do not see any hands up at the moment.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you very much. Colin, thank you very much.
Carolyn, Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
But I know you're still here for procurement policy. You're not going.
All right, so
We're not done.
Just one question. Real quick then. Hey,
Yeah.
Dana, what do you drive for vehicle?
Tesla.
Electric. Curious. Okay.
all right, so we're ready for the purchasing policy climate action plan amendments.
Yeah, I mean, stick around. So here we are. Dana wrote these up for us, but I'm gonna present it because it's kind of a little bit, purchasing policies are a little bit of a hybrid thing. But we have our purchasing policy that we're currently working on. And the resolution asked us to incorporate considerations of scope 1, this is why Dana's up here, scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions to an extent that's reasonable or feasible. We do want to let you all know that the first priority of our purchasing policy is to provide for adequate internal controls. So we've remained cognizant that that's why the purchasing policy exists. But it's a policy that we refer to multiple times a day throughout the department. So it does also generally help guide our purchasing decisions and procedures. So you've got 3 proposed addendums to the purchasing policy in front of you. The first one is language that just generally puts the climate action goals into place into the introduction and purpose section of the purchasing policy. And so that sets up the stage of why we have these extra things and the goal of the climate action plan. Secondly, at the bottom of Article 2 of the purchasing policy, we're going to add a definition to further clarify what Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions are. Again, because staff look at this regularly to kind of make sure we're following the purchasing policy, it's helpful for people to understand those. And finally, this is kind of the big one. You'll see an addendum to section purchasing policy section 3.5A, as we're calling it. And this is where Dana's really gonna come in and get his sneakers going. This states that purchases of new or replacement equipment in excess of $4,000. So that's when you hit a purchasing litmus that requires us to have 3 quotes and get approval from the town manager and the finance director. So that's why that's that 4,001 that are directly dependent on fossil fuels to operate tools, combustion appliances, and vehicles. We're going to have a way that Dana has to weigh in on those purchases. So the department head will get a form. We're still working on that form that will require, the make and model of the product, a description of its use, and any key specifications that are required in an alternative option. It has some preferences there. And then that way Dana can work with that department head to say, okay, great, you need a mower. Let's talk about this. What is the options for a hybrid or an electric? Is it going to work for us? Dennis, I totally hear you. I got a secondary description of an electric tractor that doesn't really charge very well under 20 degrees. So that's not something that would work for the town. So that would be an ongoing conversation where we wouldn't just say, oh, is there an electric option for this vehicle or this piece of equipment? You have to do this. We would say, is it twice as much as a regular one? Do we use it occasionally? How do we balance all of those sort of things? But it does also mean that when any of us are making purchases that hit this threshold that's dependent on fossil fuels to operate the tool or the equipment, we have to go in and see Dana and say, okay, what else is out there? Have you thought about this? Let's have a conversation. And then we get to document that. So we can say, I checked in with Dana. He gave me this option, but turns out the battery is not going to charge under 20 degrees. And we usually use this to move snow on nights where it's under 10 degrees. This isn't an option for us. Or the hybrid ambulance looks like a great option. It's only an extra 10 grand and Dana's going to find us a grant for that. So check, that's the decision that we're going to make. This lets us make sure that we're all kind of on the up and up and that we're staying accountable to each other and that we're maintaining documentation. So we're still working on the form. If this is approved tonight, we'll finalize that purchase order form as part of a March 8th agenda item to approve the entire purchasing policy. You've got a couple of other addendums that you've made over the past few months around grants. Because we have we have at least some new board members probably coming in. We're going to be bringing the entire purchasing policy forth on the 8th to go over that policy and then also make a formal motion from that current sitting board to approve that purchasing policy. Good internal controls, and it means that we're all on the same page about the rules that we follow with purchasing. So Dana and I are here to answer questions, or we can, just keep on trucking.
My first question would be, has this gone out to department heads to get their input?
Yeah, and that specifically the finance director is what we call the process holder. So she maintains this document. She's the physical holder and she has gone over this.
So she signed off on this?
Yes.
And have the rest of the department heads signed off on this?
They don't have to sign off on it, but we've had conversations around it.
And the limitations to other departments for this, what's been the discussion around that? Because I can see a couple of flaws here that in today's age of cost, $4,000 isn't a great deal of money. And when we need a piece of equipment, and we need it fast, the amount of legwork it's going to take to go through going to Dana and have him doing additional research on top of research that's been done is going to put us behind the 8 ball to possibly take advantage of something that's out there that we need now. And I'm just concerned about the time constraints. And I'm also, no disrespect to Dana, but his knowledge on a lot of these pieces of equipment that are out there is, I gotta believe, somewhat limited. I mean, he's not an engineer, to my knowledge, and he doesn't know about combustion or stuff like that. So I wonder about, not to be disrespectful, his judgment on some of these items that are out there. So I have a little bit of a problem with 3.5A. With this part of it. There's some stinky language in there that I guess I'm not completely sold on, because especially when you get into heavy equipment stuff that breaks down and needs to be replaced. I mean, it doesn't take long to have $4,000 worth of repairs needed, or $4,000 to a part of a piece of equipment that goes bad. So I guess I'd really like to get, I guess it'd be our Assistant Director of Public Works in here to get his thought process on this, because he's the one that's being most affected on this.
So a couple of things, it's purchases of newer replacement equipment. So it wouldn't actually be that we were buying something to repair a piece of equipment that we already own.
I understand that, but a replacement piece that's broken, gets broken,
Not a replacement piece, a whole piece of
Right.
equipment, right?
Yes.
So we need to buy a new truck.
Yes, I understand that. But like a Challenger, like the Challenger mower that we have is looking, that's an outdated, everybody doesn't remember, that's an outdated mower, the rotary arm mower. And the cost involved with that aspect of things. And if we have something like that dies immediately and we need to have a mower, I'm just concerned about this being another step in the process that will slow down the ability of our departments to function, to serve the residents of town of Hartford. And we are still going to be dependent upon fossil fuels for some time to come, especially when it comes to heavy equipment, and particularly for public works. So I just really worry about that in a timely manner to move forward on projects that we need to get done. That's why I really would like to have, have the assistant, public works weigh in on this.
I'll let y'all finish your conversation, I guess, because are you all, I mean,
I don't know if he's done.
You're done?
Yeah, that's my biggest concern. I don't think I can sign off on this currently without some more information, I guess.
I have like sort of an opposite backup with the policy section 2. I mean, basically, also this is saying for all of this going forward, these things are to be considered when making purchases. Like for me, I feel like that's too soft a language. I mean, yeah, we can always consider. I guess the one question I had was, I'm always like sending everyone templates of other people's, policies and forms and whatever. Like, did you use like any models from other towns or cities in order to get the language that you used for these?
I reviewed several towns, but usually what they had is a whole standalone policy.
Right.
They weren't just adding language to the procurement policy. I couldn't find something that says short as this. Ted from Field of That did provide us with examples of additional documents, 5, 6, 8-page documents, covering environmental related aspects of purchasing. And I tried to suss up the best parts of those in a few statements.
Okay, yeah, I mean, like, in my opinion, it's not quite rigorous enough. I mean, I'm not saying. I need it.
Someone unmuted.
Hello? I think you've got unmuted.
So, like, for example, I was wondering if, like, basically, not even necessarily that everything would have to go before, like that it would all need to filter funnel to town manager and Dana, environmental sustainability coordinator. But that like individual departments might have the ability to build their own capacity to maybe have a greater checklist. And then even for items that are under $4,000, like, are they meeting these? And even if it's not necessary, like it might be they only have to come to you for items over 4,000. But I mean, this is the only way we're going to condition ourselves as a town to be kind of steadfast in, are we really doing this? Are we really doing this? Even if it is kind of a pain and it takes extra steps. And even if sometimes we end up with no, we need to go with that diesel vehicle. I think just the cultural conditioning of our staff and in our procurement practices. Anyway, I'm not opposed to a longer document or a checklist. I mean, I know I've seen the existing full procurement policy, and maybe it itself is an addendum with. Oh, I think there's someone-
For like 4 minutes.
I think that's only like said.
Mike, are you muted? If not, can you mute?
You want me to mute?
It's me. Hold on. I think it was me. Okay. Back to this now. Yeah, so I don't know if these are reasonable requests. I'm putting them out there. I mean, another thing is that this reference to Energy Star or comparable, like, I guess that I think there are other third-party certificates, right? Energy Star is more for like refrigerators and things like that. Like, you have examples of what would be the equivalent for a plow truck or a lawnmower or anything like that. I mean, I think there are industry third-party certificates for those kind of bigger equipment.
Yeah, I don't know of any.
Okay. I do think they're out there.
And Kim, in terms of kind of changing the behavior patterns, one of the things that Dana and I have spoken about extensively is kind of just easing people into all of these procedural changes, into. I'm not going to make anybody run, I promise, if you're listening to this in my staff, but you don't just go out and run a marathon, right? You kind of train, and we're training ourselves to think of new ways to do this work. The other good news is if this passes tonight and we want to go farther, maybe that is something that we come back in May and we're like, this actually worked or it didn't work. That's as easy as a board item to say, every document is a living document, and that we can come back and say, we tried this for a few months, and what we're willing to do now is take it a step further, or turns out we need to tweak this a little bit because this process kind of got stuck in a lot of processes. So, it is kind of saying, hey, let's give it a shot for a few months and see how this all turns out.
I'm comfortable to sort of some kind of compromise of what I'm asking for, what you're saying, because like we say all over this documentation about, like, there is a sense of urgency. And I don't think, I mean, granted, we may not be able to accomplish all the things we set out to do. I'm comfortable with that. What I'm not comfortable with is saying we're not ready to even start trying to ask to do those things. And so I think if there's some sort of I do think it's time for us, if we are going to take this seriously, and I hope that we do, that there is an element of sooner rather than later, and really kind of urgent. More that just came back to me and I've lost it, which is probably just as well. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this document as is as well. Oh, and Mike does have his hand up, so sorry.
Okay. Oh, just in time. It was very loud right above my head. Yeah, I just wanted to sort of second what Kim was saying about if there's an opportunity to flesh this out a little bit more, and even looking at the way our purchasing policy in full is sort of listed and there are addendums, I do wonder if there's an opportunity to build this out into one of those addendums. And an example that Eric brought to us, there's a sustainable purchasing policy, for instance, in King County in Washington. Do we have a sustainable purchasing policy? That's kind of it's a separate policy and addendum, but that we can always kind of tie back to any purchasing that's happening across the departments. Again, I know that's a lot to do, kind of its own policy, and maybe you all have the best understanding of the inner workings and if that's efficacious or not, but that could be an opportunity to kind of flesh this out and get more specific. And I think I'll stop there for now. Thanks.
Let's go to Mike and we'll go to Dennis.
Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks, everyone. So I support, I think it's a good measure, to actually commit the town to sort of implementing some of these, measures we need to take to meet our climate goals. I mean, when you just look at the language, there are questions that come up. I mean, I'd like to see if you have, or if you're going to develop any sort of internal protocols, like how long does it take to turn a request around? How many alternatives do you have to look for? Is something still a reasonable alternative if it's harder to procure, but it may just exist out there? So I think some of those protocols of how it's actually implemented would be very, very helpful, at least for us to know what concern, what's being considered. But I do think, changing the purchasing policy like that is a good step towards meeting our climate goals. So thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Dennis.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I really like what you're saying, but I guess I look at this, I had some concerns over this myself, but not anything serious. I like that this gets the discussion started, which I don't think we really were doing before. And I really like the flexibility the town manager said about, if we're talking about buying the X piece of equipment and, the deck stacked against buying the electric, then we're going to use our heads and we're going to get something else. And, and then the other part I'm troubled with about all this electric stuff, and I've mentioned this in the past, and Eric Kraus kind of confirmed it there, is that I would hope that we're not going to go out all our way to buy this electric piece of equipment and then to learn that it's going to be, they generate the power to run it is run by coal or oil or something, because have we really done anything for ourselves if we've done that? So that part's not in here. We're not searching where the electricity came from. But I guess I'm okay with this. I go by what the intent is, to get the conversation started and ask the questions, does the electric vehicle in this case make sense? And if it does, we're going to go ahead with it. If it doesn't, we're going to go with another plan. So I'm okay with it. I have some concerns, as I stated, but I think I'm okay with it. And just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
I just remembered the thing that I was curious about was if there was any way, like, as an exercise that, I mean, I don't know if even I could do it. I wouldn't ask this because it's just sort of a like historical measurement kind of thing. But like if we were to look at the end of the 21 budget fiscal year, like 10 of the top purchases that would have been affected by the purchasing policy, and look at what would those, like, would we have bought those products if we're today, like, we were just as an exercise for testing out the policy. And I mean, if that's something you were interested and willing to do, that would be great. If not, I could try to do it if I can get that.
I think we'd want to run not with the budget, but with like invoices, right? Because that would be
Yeah,
an
no, no,
actual
that's what I'm saying, like,
cost.
we bought these, I mean, we bought many things, but here are 10 purchases from the closed fiscal year 21 budget. If we were to buy these items today, where would they fall? Like how is this policy strict enough, not strict? Would we have made, you know, like, I think that would be a cool observation.
I'm willing to say, let's give it a shot. Let me see what it looks like on the back end and see if that's reasonable.
That would be awesome. Good. We've got one hand up.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Kathy Millicent, go ahead.
Hi, this is Kathy Melisick from Wilder, Vermont. And excuse me, I wanted to say, as Kim and Tracy and Dennis and Mike all said, I'm so pleased to see something happening and moving forward on this. And I think of it as aspirational language moving forward, much in the way our town plan has often had aspirational language, which sometimes I wish had more forceful legal language, but there's something happening here with words like considered and preference, and that gives me hope. I have faith in our department heads and town staff to meet and develop and better these aspirational goals under this suggested language. And, you know, we need to get moving on this. And I think this is a great start. You know, perfection's not required or expected at this stage. This is new to a lot of us. And I don't think it's even possible. And I'm really grateful for all the hard work people have done to get us to this point. I did have one question, which was, I'm curious by someone, was it Mr. Collins asked what kind of vehicle Dana drives?
Yes.
Yes, Kathy, he did ask that question. So I'm not sure what your question is. Do you just want to know who asked the question, or was there more to it?
Well, I wanted to know why he asked that question.
Question, just a conversational piece. Wanted to know what he drove for a vehicle so that we could relate it to the town of Hartford's needs in the future. I don't know much more we want from you on that.
Does that answer your question, Kathy? You said?
Oh, her hand's back up.
Oh.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kathy.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Sorry, I keep getting muted again. It doesn't exactly answer my question. It felt like a targeted question of someone, what personal vehicle they drove. So that's why I was curious, and I thank you for clarifying it.
All right, thanks, Kathy.
And Mike has his hand up again.
Mike.
Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks. I forgot to mention last time, one thing I also really, I think is cool or we're good about this in having the Dana review these purchases. And I think Tracy kind of mentioned it. You could get a situation where it's like, I need this, and Dana could look and say, not only is there an alternative, but we can get a grant, right? We can get this paid for by some money from the state or by the federal government. So I think that's really important, that it gives us that flexibility, not only to identify, sort of more carbon neutral vehicles, things like that, but also tap into some of this money that's out there. So thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Allie, go ahead.
Yeah, Dana and Tracy, does it, and I guess, it's possible that someone might put a motion on the table to approve this, but I am wondering, it sounds like there is a lot of feedback and it sounds like the March 8th meeting is when we're gonna review and move the whole purchasing policy, of which this will be a part. And so I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to maybe make some of these suggestions or revisions or go through that exercise that Kim has suggested and be able to then see that again in March 8th. Because if we want to move this to get it going and again to have a start, I'm all for that and appreciate the hard work that's gone in thus far. But I don't know if there's an opportunity for just like another.
We
phase.
need to approve this language and then we need to come back and do the whole purchasing policy. So I'm not putting anybody on the spot. If the motion doesn't move tonight, then we're gonna come back on the 8th with the tweaks to the language and we're gonna come back until those tweaks are approved. And then we'll come back with the whole purchasing policy. Until these addendums are approved, we are required to comply with the current purchasing policy. So until this happens, none of this goes forward. Like until this language is approved, none of this happens. And until we approve this language, we can't approve the whole purchasing policy. So we can't kind of say, oh, let's dig into the purchasing policy and do a line by line. It's a little bit like, we got to take this a yes or no. And if it's a no, then we stay here. We stay on this square in the board game, so to speak.
Okay. That being said, does anyone want to make a motion?
Should we do a poll to see where we're at with that first? I'm comfortable with doing this, based on what I said earlier, so I think the intent is good. It doesn't get into all the details that have been mentioned, but I'm comfortable with it, so I'm for the way it is.
I guess I'm glad you said that because I'm not sure, like, it's interesting. I love doing these informal polls before I do, but I'm not sure if it's actually like a recommended practice.
Right. You either make a motion.
I mean,
vote,
it
or
is,
you
it
don't.
can just be part of the discussion. Can I say how I feel? I mean, I think as just like a preliminary phase to this whole project, I would go ahead and vote in favor of approving this language and would feel like it's my or our responsibility or whoever is sitting on this board after Tuesday to kind of do the due diligence if we want changes and modifications to help make them happen. Does that sound reasonable?
One more question.
Yeah.
I'd be interested in, I'm trying not to like, I'd be interested in if there's a way to, and maybe I can just in the phrasing of the motion, but as you were saying, Tracy, you know, this is like we can see how it goes and then maybe make some modifications. And if there would be, if there's an opportunity to maybe set, you know, in a couple of months, like we're going to move this now, and in a couple of months, we know that we're going to have an update from both of you about sort of how it's going. Because I know I worry because so much stuff happens. And when you have, you know, something that's a purchasing policy that's already like functioning and like probably, you know, mostly working, I, as a select board member, might not necessarily like be aware of, unless like department heads or other folks are bringing to the table issues they're having. So I'm like, okay, as long as, you know, everything seems to be moving smoothly. So I just wonder if there's an opportunity to sort of commit to like an update in another month or so, or whenever seems kind of reasonable, just to see how this kind of first go at it is going.
We could do that if you hear the unfortunate, like, oh, we haven't had the chance to use it yet. So that might be the answer too, right? Because it's right now as it sits, it's a purchase of a new or replacement equipment over $4,000. So you might hear, we actually haven't used it yet, but let me put a tickler on the whiteboard of things to come up to kind of say we're at the end of February, maybe end of March. We'll do a little check-in in the town manager's report, just how this is working out if it passes tonight. So that can be an option to just add an informal, this is how this is going. We're trying something new.
And with that potential like retroactive, just viewpoint of.
Yes, yeah, it's on here as well.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So would anyone care to make a motion?
Just another question. So are you thinking, board member wise, are you guys thinking that you're likely to change this in a month or two or something? Is that what I'm hearing? Because if that's the case, I'm not even sure why we'd move that now and just wait for the revisions. And it sounds to me like if you do that, you're gonna really get into the weeds here.
I mean, personally, I think, like Tracy said, they can't use it if we don't approve it. So if there, who knows in the next 3 to 6 weeks, if there is a purchase that comes up, then we can start applying this. I think there's room for improvement. And we can make suggestions. I mean, I'm happy to, I like researching other towns' documents. It's sort of a thing I have. We can bring it back again, but if we do at least approve this as sort of the, in my mind, a preliminary amendment to the procurement policy, then we're gonna look at, if I'm still here, March 8th, the full procurement policy. So I think it's one step in the process.
Yeah, and Dennis, I think the other piece of that, and to Tracy's explanation, is it sounds like not approving this or delaying the approval of this might set back the approval of the entire purchasing policy. And so that's just something that I'm aware of. And yeah. So.
Well, I agree. I think that something's better than nothing, which I think is what you're saying.
Yeah, and I also don't mean to say that it's like severely lagged. I want to make that clear that I think this is like all a fantastic start, and then there's certainly just room for improvement to see how it works. So I also didn't want to make you feel like your work was underappreciated or under acknowledged in any way.
Further comments?
And no hands up here.
Okay. Then in that case, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we, where are we at here? That we approve the CAP related additions to the town's purchasing policies.
Okay, is there a second?
Wait, can you say that again?
I took the subject and I moved that we approve the CAP related additions to the town's purchasing policies.
We can take that. Yep.
There's no real.
There is a
It's at the very
recommended
bottom.
motion, but that, what you said.
Oh,
totally-
okay, I'm sorry.
It's very, very bottom, and it's kind of cut off on 2 pages. So
The town amend purchasing policy to include the addendums to address the town's climate action goals.
All right. And
I'll
then
second.
Second from Ally. Any other questions or comments? Any?
Yeah, I'm gonna vote no, not because I don't think that this is a good head start, but I really would like to hear back from departments that are gonna be impacted the most on this. And I think that would be, I didn't think about this, but I know that Public Works would be impacted quite highly with this. And I also think that fire could be impacted by this as well. And I just like to hear from those department heads to get their understanding of it. And if they're all for this, I'm completely on board with it. But I just want to make sure that they have no concerns with this that might hinder their ability to make fulfill their duties within the town of Hartford. Other than that, I'm good. So I'm just going to vote no for that purpose, just to let you know.
Hey, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we have Lanny opposed and everyone else in favor. Okay, so it's 10 after. Let's take a 5-minute break and be back here at 8:15.
Yeah.
Great. So we'll get back to business here. So first up, or up next is the line of credit renewal.
Yeah, I'm gonna take care of this one tonight. For the finance folks and the town treasurer, they have been working hard. They're still opening envelopes for tax bills. So this is a tax anticipation line of credit authorization. What this does is it's a line of credit with Mascoma Bank that we only draw on if we need to manage our cash flow. Why we're doing that is we have some construction on infrastructure projects, including phase 2 of the South Main Street project and the South Main Street parking lot. While these are funded with other sources, so we've talked about TIF, we've talked about the bond, the town is responsible for initial payment of construction bills, and then we seek reimbursement from the ultimate funding source. So like the AOT, Agency of Transportation, the State Revolving Loan Fund, we get a lot of those reimbursements. Unfortunately, the first installment of taxes for fiscal year 2023 isn't due until late August. So that doesn't help us when we're dealing with a short construction season. We want to be moving fast and quickly, not wait for our cash flow to come in at the end of August. So having a line of credit ensures that our cash flow can remain steady and we can pay our contractors in a timely manner, even if we have slowdowns at the state level. I say even if there are slowdowns, we know that there are slowdowns at the state level. We're not the only town that's dealing with it. Every town manager that I've spoken to casually has said, wow, it's been really hard. Things up there are working slowly and we are, having to work extra hard to get all of our reimbursements and our funding sources headed through. We currently have a $9.2 million line of credit. We have a zero balance on that and we've actually never drawn from it. That loan is set to expire at the end of March and we want to let that loan retire. So tonight we are requesting that the select board approve a request to the Mascoma Bank, that's our bank that we manage all of our banking with, for a new line of credit in the amount of $5 million. Where we came up with that number is it's the full value of all the construction projects in the town slated to begin in 2022. And we had a cushion amount of 2 months of high average payment manifest. So that's the about $3 million for South Main Street. And then our high average of payment manifest is $1 million. So we add that 1, 2 on top of it. And that's just a standard best practice when you calculate on these things. If you're wondering how we came up with 9.2 last time, that's because we also had the roundabout in there, and that was a seriously massive project. So how this works procedurally is if the select board approves this initial request, we have another agenda item in motion in March for executing the loan documents. This item tonight allows the town treasurer to begin that process with Mascoma. So if this passes, what happens is they retire that 9.2. And the town treasurer begins to execute all the loan documents, and then he would bring those forth in March to execute those loan documents. Happy to answer questions.
Ready? And then good.
If they are forced to take this $5 million line of credit, and then of course we get reimbursed by state or federal funds, are we also reimbursed, or how does it work as far as for interest? That's in terms of this loan.
We would be responsible for interest. Mascoma typically gives us a very favorable rate. I believe that $9.2 million line of credit is sitting on something under 3%.
The 9.2 million, we did utilize that? Or we
We've
did not?
never
Okay,
used it.
okay. So the likelihood is rare, but we have it just in case the 5 million, is that correct statement?
Yeah, it's like, I equate it personally to having a credit card with no balance in my wallet, just in case the worst case scenario happens and I need to deal with something big. This is a little bit of that in our back pocket. We know that we'll have it with Mascoma. We haven't used that 9.2, and I think we've had it for 2 years now. But it does mean if something goes wrong in terms of cash flow and we would just feel comfortable drawing down on that line of credit, we can draw that down and then we can repay that as soon as our cash flow resettles. So it's also not like we have to hold on to it. We can say we need to borrow $100,000 for 2 weeks and then we pay that off and that interest comes back. That all evens out again.
And there's absolutely no cost to the town to have them keep this line of credit open.
No, we have a great banking relationship with Moscoma, and this is something that's really standard, not only for local municipal governments, but for large businesses. A lot of them carry a line of credit.
Good, thank you.
Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you. Laney asked half my question about interest, but if we don't use this, we don't pay.
We don't use it, we don't pay.
Good, thank you.
I would move
Yeah.
this if there's no
Okay.
further discussion. I move that the select board approves the request to Mascoma Bank for a line of credit loan in the amount of $5 million. And that the select board gives town treasurer John Clerkin authority to execute all loan documents related to the new $5 million line of credit effective on or around March 28th, 2022, to that effect on behalf of the town of Hartford, Vermont.
I'll second that. Oops, sorry.
Just a friendly amendment.
Yep.
Perhaps, like typically we don't name the officer or whatever, just in case it some reason changes during the process.
We have to in this case, because they fill out all the forms with his name, not
Okay.
just town treasurer.
Rescinded.
My second stands.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 So it's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to responsive complaint of alleged open meeting law violations.
Yeah, I'm gonna open this up for you. I did a little cover memo. I think we've all been here for the background. On December 14th and 17th, the select board voted to require face coverings for all public buildings. However, we received an email complaint that the board's December 17th emergency meeting was not authorized by the bill, which stated that the legislative body of a municipality shall adopt a rule authorized by the section in a regular or special meeting. The select board is authorized to hold emergency meetings when necessary to respond to an unforeseen occurrence or condition requiring immediate attention by the public body. However, the more specific language stands in the state of Vermont, and since the bill authorizing all of you to require face coverings does not have the word emergency in it, that is the more specific language, and we should have done that with a regular or special meeting. Fast forward to January 11th, the board publicly discussed the situation and determined that there was an inadvertent violation in holding the emergency meeting. Inadvertent means that we didn't realize that the more specific language stood as a group of people, but that, when we were authorized to hold emergency meetings. You all discussed that and determined that the violation was inadvertent. You voted to reauthorize and ratify the face covering rule to include the exceptions discussed both in December 14th and December 22nd. The board also voted to amend the select board rules of procedure to remind members and staff that the board will only conduct emergency meetings when specifically authorized and upon review of other relevant state laws that may include more specific restrictions. On Tuesday, February 15th, we received a complaint from the same individual about the same incident. Our legal counsel advised that we bring forth the complaint to the board for your consideration, and they have drafted a response letter for the board's consideration. Council has authorized us to have this conversation in open session. And so there's a copy of the complaint and a draft letter attached.
Thank you. Questions or comments, Lanny?
Just one major one. All of the statements that have been made and the responses to those, have those been vetted by council, I assume?
Council wrote this letter.
Okay, that's it. All right, that's fine. It didn't say that anywhere, so that's why I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Did it say it?
Yeah,
Somewhere? Missed it?
on the discussion, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm here. Oh, I'm sorry. Too bad.
It's all good.
Dennis, go ahead.
I guess I thought we covered all this before. We acknowledged that we oopsed and we said I think we apologized and we corrected it, updated our thing. And I guess I realize we've had this complaint, but we've really owned up to this. And I don't know, I'm just puzzled why we're revisiting this other than that we've had this formal complaint, but we already corrected it.
There was a second complaint that he submitted, so we had to address it. Any questions or comments? Kim? Okay, yeah.
So is this our way of doing a mea culpa in this? I mean, is that, or is that just,
We have to address it, and this is a recommendation from legal counsel, is how we handle it.
so that's, okay, so it's just being,
Basically,
Yeah.
my understanding is that what we're approving is that the letter that legal counsel wrote in response to the complaint, that we approve that letter, we're gonna sign it.
I assume that much. I mean, we're not taking responsibility for anything wrong here.
No,
We already did that.
so
Yeah,
basically,
that's what I'm
we're
saying.
endorsing, we're signing the letter that says this is why this is not, like that, why we're refuting the.
I just want to make sure that we're not saying that we continue to do anything wrong, we do it right.
No, and I mean, at one point it does say that the doing the emergency meeting inadvertently, we did acknowledge, we did remedy, and we changed our rules of procedure as a result of that. So that's the only thing that we're acknowledging, that, yes, we did agree that up.
Fine, thank you.
Sure. Yep. Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve the attached letter for signature. Is that
I'll
sufficient?
second.
Second from Dennis. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 So it is unanimous. Thank you. That will then bring us to Emergency Shelter Committee. Sure, that's fine. Yeah,
Or,
I don't know,
or you
do
could
have
sit
a-
over here.
Right, since you have a PowerPoint, I'm just gonna suggest that you come over and use a microphone over here. It gets a little dodgy over there balancing your laptop.
And share screen.
David, can you bring Brian Lukart over as a panelist?
As panelist. Okay, so that should put it to where everybody can see it. So I'm Brian Lugard, the current chair of the Hartford Ad Hoc Committee on Emergency Shelter. And our committee's charge is drawing to the close. And so I wanted to just give an update to everyone on our final report and recommendations. And so
Hey, Brian. I'm
Yep.
sorry to interrupt. Just because that thing is so loud, could you speak up a little bit louder?
yeah, maybe put this a little closer and raise it. All right. So our committee was charged really to investigate the regulatory obstacles to creating portable micro dwellings as a solution for people experiencing homelessness in the Upper Valley, and to also submit recommendations to the select boards regarding the creation and governance of a permanent campground to allow unsheltered individuals to live safely in all year round, including the winter. And so as our final report, one of the things we've done is we've tried to update our current statistics and knowledge about the current state of homelessness that was put forth in the preceding committee on homelessness. And so just in a way of background, we'll talk a little bit about what defines a person as homeless. So the definition of homelessness, we have people who are camping outside, living in cars, people who are essentially just surfing from friend's house to friend's house, couch surfers. There's people who are sheltered at the
Upper Valley Haven, formerly in emergency shelters. At this time, the emergency shelter system was largely transformed, as we'll talk about later. And then transient populations living in motels at their own expense or through government subsidy. And there's also a class of those who are at risk of eviction, very close to eviction. There are those who become homeless essentially overnight due to cases of domestic violence, and individuals and families who are housing insecure because they are essentially paying more than 50% of their income on housing, and so they're referred to as severely rent burdened. So I've sort of changed the order of things that they were presented in homelessness, because I think one of the things that our committee, when it was formed, was basically right at the beginning of the COVID-19 crisis. And so I think one important function of our committee began to be really understanding how homelessness was affected by the COVID-19, and to try to be nimble as to how we could serve the homeless community in the light of these major changes. And so what you can see here, you should be able to see my mouse as a pointer, essentially is the number of employed individuals in Windsor County. And you can see this inflection point that occurred right here in early 2020. And that was the point where there was essentially a 5,000 person drop in the number of employed individuals that was really represented by these non-essential workers and people in service industry, retail sales, and other things of that nature. And so our best understanding of the number of individuals that are experiencing homelessness comes from what's called this point in time count. And the point in time count is essentially one day in January where different agencies go through and they determine the number of every person experiencing homelessness on that day. And so in the previous report had information through 2018 and 2019. So in 2020, it's important to note that that is essentially January of 2020, and this is before the COVID-19 emergency occurred. And we were looking at right around just over 1,000 people. And then that's in the state of Vermont. And then in January of 2021, we're looking at nearly 2,800 people. And so it was a major impact. Fortunately, it was actually did not have as much of an impact locally as it did on the entire state of Vermont. However, I think it's also quite significant that we had been hovering in the just over 100 homeless individuals in Windsor County, and that number jumped up to over 150. And so I know you're all thinking, well, we're well into 2022, but all those numbers haven't been collated and determined for us. So we don't really know what the number in 2022 is yet. But we do know that there are currently 166 households on the coordinated entry list at Haven. So we've got 166 households worth of people who are looking to get some sort of subsidized housing. Not all of these individuals are homeless. Some of them could be severely disabled. So there are other reasons why you could be getting subsidies, but at least half of them are homeless individuals. So basically in 2020, the state of Vermont voucher program began. I know a lot of people have discussed that here. And essentially the state of Vermont began providing hotel vouchers to individuals who are homeless. And we know that as of February 2nd, 2022, there were 1,269 adults and 411 children on the voucher program. Sorry, that was on November 22nd, 2021. And as of last month, we know that the voucher program is funded through March 1st. And currently, the most recent hotel motel voucher count in Hartford is 54. So I just want to really lay down a little bit about the costs of the voucher program. And in the first year of the voucher program, it costs the state of Vermont $79 million. Now, that was funded by the Federal Emergency Management Act. Okay, so this is federal dollars funding that. And then for fiscal year 2022, it is estimated that the voucher program will cost $108 million for the year. And importantly, we don't know exactly when it's going to happen, but we do know that the federal emergency status will be running out and the FEMA funds will end. And what's been recently determined is that the Vermont Emergency Rental Assistance Program will take over, and the VRAP basically will receive $352 million in order to maintain this program. And so they're predicting that they can maintain this program until 2025. And the exact timelines here are to be determined. And one of the important things is their statement is that they are looking to transition the program, the voucher program, into a more transitional housing approach. So these are all sort of the good news about how the state of Vermont really took federal funds to try to handle the situation where you could no longer have emergency shelters with people very close to one another. Now, the bad news, though, is if you take those 1,269 adults that we know were in, and you divide that number by the $108 million price tag of this program, you're looking at $85,106 per adult. And so even if those numbers are extremely wrong, and it's actually $40,106 per adult, the comparison I have is that I pay postdoctoral fellow PhDs in my laboratory about $40,000 a year to $56,000 a year. So we're looking at a price tag per individual that I think many of us would agree is actually a really nice yearly income. And so the point I want to make here is that this is not an efficient solution. And if we're scheduled to continue to have these monies to try to have solutions for homelessness, I think we really need to be thinking about propositions whereby we could solve the problem of homelessness much more efficiently. So one of the primary things that the committee has talked about over the last year or so is creating a permitted campground for the unhoused. And over the course of several months, we looked at 100 different privately owned locations. 4 locations were discussed by the town in detail. Town-owned properties were explored. The real barrier here is that for any property you want to develop for this purpose, you have to obtain an Act 250 permit, and you have to adhere to all wastewater, potable water, and electrical standards. And so basically whatever property it is, you have to be able to get water and sewage onto it. You have to be able to get electricity onto it. And then really because of that, and because there isn't a suitable parcel of land already in hand from the town, it's essentially too expensive to purchase and develop land using just community and philanthropic support. So due to the combination of the associated costs and regulatory conditions, we have been unable to identify anything that would bear the burden to develop this at this time. I still think it's an important avenue to explore in the future. The other proposal that we had put together was the idea of using recreational vehicles as emergency shelter. So RVs are portable and temporary shelters, and so therefore they have different sets of regulatory requirements that allow you to essentially build or purchase an RV at a lower cost per unit than other methodologies, and they can be built or purchased in conditions that make them suitable for year-round winter weather. And so we've been collaborating with the planning department to develop a proposal that'll help meet the needs of the unhoused community members. And so this is sort of a brief timeline. On March 24th, we first began contacting the Planning Commission. On November 29th, we had a workshop with the Planning Commission. On December 14th, there was a meeting with the Planning and Development Commission. And we had a follow-up meeting on January 31st. And as of right now, the idea here is really just to make the town of Hartford's regulations about the number of days that somebody can stay in a recreational vehicle equal to what the state of Vermont dictates is the number of days you can stay in a recreational vehicle, which is essentially that there is no limit on the number of days. And we're looking to have one RV paired with one sort of host building, which could be something like a church or a shelter, or anybody who says, I don't mind having an RV on my land where somebody can live. And so at this point, there are still some details that need to be hammered out with the Planning Commission with regard to the RV policy. One of which is when would or would not the RV need to meet the conditions of a rental housing. So these are just details that we're hammering out. And so we would like to, so we definitely have to have at least one additional meeting with the planning committee. And so we really are recommending right now that the select board extend the committee charge for HADSIS to a date through which we can reasonably expect this process with the planning commission to be completed. And I think that is actually a stopgap, and that really one thing that we'd like to look at is to begin a more comprehensive view of a solution for unsheltered individuals that takes into account affordable housing and the potential for changing regulations around non-permanent structures. And we would suggest that the town would benefit from a standing committee on housing and homelessness that would essentially identify, track, and report metrics regarding housing stock and the state of the unhoused in Hartford and the neighboring communities. Identify regulatory obstacles within the state and local legislation to the creation and occupation of affordable housing. To assess the strengths and gaps regarding Hartford's housing stock and local and regional services and opportunities for people experiencing homelessness, and for identifying communities for Hartford to play a role in facilitating the creation of affordable housing and in meeting the needs of unhoused Hartford residents. So again, you can see the full draft of this within the charge and in our final report. And so that's essentially what I brought here to say today.
Questions or comments? Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So fortunately, our board member, Mr. Tough Engine there, was able to help me with some things I've been wondering about towards this, and thank you again for that. I just thought of a few more things. I don't mean to put anybody on the spot, that I didn't plan on that, but so I just, in the presentation, which I found quite helpful, there was mention about the folks that are seeking housing and the 50% that they would need 50% of the income to make that work. And I know the threshold, I believe, has been for years 30%. So hearing that, I'm just curious, anybody that's in that predicament, are they getting some help from any services? Because if you're in that situation, I would think there'd be lots of programs that would be available to them. Is anybody, I know if you go to the Haven, I know they help and assist with that, but are there anybody out there that's experiencing this that's not getting the referrals to whatever agency might be able to help them?
Well, so I mean, the short answer is that somebody like Michael Redmond would know the answer better than I do. But certainly there are people who don't know about or know to go seek those types of that type of help when they're right on the brink of forfeiting a place to stay. So, there's definitely that case scenario. But there are agencies out there that will help and do provide these sort of rental assistance, right? And it is that very agency which is now going to pick up the voucher program, the ERAP.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, that's sad that there are people wandering around here that have this situation and may not be getting the resources that they need to better themselves. Yeah, I'm glad you presented the way the monies for these vouchers. There's staggering numbers there of what's that's costing. I do wonder about the proposal about the campground or campgrounds. And I've been sort of remotely watching the news and what Burlington has experienced, because it seemed like they've tried some of this stuff. They had a thing that didn't work very well up there, and it eventually was shut down and had to be cleaned up at, I'm sure, a great expense and whatnot. So I'm curious on why the town might enter into that. I don't know, more to learn about that, I guess. And the last thing I want to say is that I attended the workshop. I think, was there just one workshop on this with the Planning Commission? Yeah, I attended that, and I was surprised at one of the planning commissioners' comment towards this. I know this person lives in a development. The person mentioned that that didn't care about the RV thing, but I know this person lives in a development that would never allow this. So I was just surprised at that comment, knowing that person would never experience this. And as we've seen, not always, but frequently with these setups, it involves a mess. And so I think we need to be very careful about how we arrange this, of these things plopping down just anywhere, and anybody says, yeah, you can put that over there or whatever. Well, that might be good for that particular neighbor, but the one next to him might not appreciate that very much. So more to learn, but as I corresponded with Ally, and she helped me with some of this stuff, I still struggle with, that the vouchers are open to everybody this year, and that we still have people that don't use it. And I learned, well, I'd actually heard some of this before, that some have animals and whatnot, but I just, I know if I was down and out and had a chance for a room with a bed and a shower and a warm room and whatnot versus living in a tent, I know what direction I would head. And I'll leave it at that for now.
If I could just, thanks Dennis for those questions. And just to respond to at least sort of where we are in our thinking as a committee with the RV policy. Because I've also heard this come up from some other folks before too, of if this were to to be approved or to be changed in regulations, would that mean that RVs could just kind of pop up anywhere, as long as there's a landowner that's willing to have it on the property, can the RV be there? And what we're currently looking at, and with advisement from the planning department, is some kind of permitting process. So there would definitely be a process in place. It wouldn't just be like, okay, verbal agreement, you can park your RV here, that there would be more regulation to that. So I just want to make that clear. Yeah.
Yes, sorry, I didn't get a chance to get these questions to you, Ally, but ask them here. So this details a lot about Windsor County, but not a lot narrowing in on Hartford itself. So in the report, I saw that it said we have lost several unhoused community members within the town of Hartford. Can you put a number on that?
I don't know the exact number. I personally know of 4.
And we can add some. Well, I was just saying, I think I know of 5. There's
5.
been one since the memorial last.
Okay, so something else I read in here is that the term high case fatality rate, what defines a high case fatality rate for the homeless community?
I think any community that's say 100 people at most, and we can name 5 people that have died over the last year, we're looking at a 5% mortality per year. That's almost as high as being over 90.
Okay, and of these people that we have currently that are in the house community within the town of Hartford, how many of these people well, first off, do you have any idea how many people are currently unhoused? You have 54, you said that are on vouchers, but you have a number in the in-house community that are unhoused?
Well, the people on vouchers are considered the unhoused community at this point. How many people are living outside right now?
Yes.
There may be 10, 20 people at most, I would say. The problem is they're often pretty well hidden. There's a reason why they either don't want to be in hotels, or they've actually, you have to remember that every one of these hotel vouchers, the hotel has ultimate control over who they let stay there and don't let stay there. And so you have people who are not allowed to stay at certain hotels. And then those people have no other options.
So there's a personal accountability piece within this then that each individual has to take on to be part of this voucher program and have a hotel. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's true. And I think actually that's actually a really important part of it, because the most severe cases, you're dealing with people who have severe mental health issues such as schizophrenia and severe substance use issues, which we all know about and have talked about. And so these people actually have a difficult time with the accountability. And so we're talking about and comparing, say, to Burlington. So this wasn't the type of campground that our committee has envisioned. Our committee's envisioned really a place where people can stay and also engage in services. I don't even like using the word services. They like to have people that would actually guide them and give them productive things and projects to do during the day, and learn how to integrate themselves within a community, a larger community, and that those types of programs are the kinds of things that would really help people kind of get up on their feet. What has not helped to get people up on their feet is basically putting them in the hotel. There have been things that have tried to outreach to the hotels, and the Haven has done a brilliant job of doing that. But for the most part, they go to the hotel, they're there alone. They're surrounded, they're in an environment that is not built to help them. And they don't find their way out of it, out of the homelessness or into a productive job or into a way to begin supporting themselves. And so when I think about it, I could envision something that would cost way less than the voucher program, where we could look at sort of our building regulations, put up a campground, and to begin having projects for people so that then we could see people move forward. And that would be the utopian vision.
But the people that are currently not in a hotel, that are living outside, I'm confused about, and I hate to use those people, I hate to use those terms like that, but which group of people is it that you foresee being the group that would be in RVs on individual lots? Because I still see that the people that you've identified with the mental health disorders, substance abuse disorders, are still going to be living outside, and they're going to still want to isolate themselves. So I'm just not sure if the RVs are targeting the people that you want to target in this community. And I'm trying to understand, again, which, I'm going to use it, which one of those groups you foresee happening to use those facilities.
Yeah. Well, I certainly would perceive sort of the lowest functioning individuals needing this type of support. And so, yeah, I guess I don't understand the question.
Yeah, just to chime in about that, Lanny, I think how this sort of potential solution came about, right, is sort of what you're speaking to, and for the various reasons that Brian kind of expressed in the presentation too, just folks that have fallen through the cracks for, one reason or another, maybe for some of the reasons that have already been mentioned about substance misuse or abuse, mental health issues. And so, if those folks, and this is, currently happening, who are having those experiences, a lot of them are in tents. Like that is the alternative, or not even the alternative, that is the option that they have outside. And so, we have unfortunately seen folks in that situation die, especially in the winter, which is, camping in a tent with no insulation, or if there's, snow accumulation and folks get crushed under the snow, like it's really dire. And so I think, having a stable structure like an RV that's a safer alternative to camping in a tent, the thought of somebody passing away in a tent outside, I can't, the moral weight of that is impossible to hold, right? And so if we have an opportunity to offer folks who have maybe fallen through the cracks of some of these systems, and they're, looking for a way to, again, sort of a transitional housing model, if we can call it that, be able to kind of get back on their feet, be able to, for us to know where folks are. So if they do need access to emergency services, we're not looking for folks in tents somewhere, around town. We know sort of where folks are living, and then can give them the access to those services. I know personally that would give me more peace of mind than the idea that somebody is in a tent somewhere in the woods and we don't know where they are. So
if we were to approve another extension to this committee, what would be the goal that we would see from the committee a year from today? Because it does no good to keep this committee on without having a goalpost. And if we run against the problem of the camping situation, we know that's not going to happen. Okay. And we're going towards living in RVs. Okay. And we're running up against planning commission issues. I mean, I just would like to see some sort of a goals, that because there were certain things that this committee said they were going to obtain when it first established. Okay. And I don't know if those goals have been met. So what goals can you tell us that you will see this committee meet in a year to make it advantageous for this town to continue to have a committee.
Yeah, so, I mean, the first advantage is that it shows that the town is actually, cognizant, aware of, and committed to doing something about the problem. I would say that our goals over the last year has been extremely frustrating, right? It certainly was not our hope to come to the realization that there's too much regulatory tape to affordably build the type of campground that we were envisioning. So now directly to your question, we're asking for an extension to specifically continue the process through the planning commission, which is going well and is favorable. But that is one solution that will certainly not take care of the entire problem. It's one solution that will be able to help maybe 10, 20 individuals, which is fantastic. But really the idea of establishing a standing committee would be able to begin looking at the broader problem, trying to actually improve the entire situation with the idea of working on it from the angle of affordable housing, and what projects can the downtown do and the Upper Valley do to support affordable housing. Also to continue looking at the idea of regulatory obstacles to having a permitted campground, and anything else we can find. And I think one of the things that I would like to see the committee do is really begin to approach things from a state level as well, because we can see the state has taken sort of advantage of the fact that they had federal money. They threw a tremendous amount of federal money at the problem, and they found a good solution. And so here you're saying, if we have that solution of hotel vouchers, why do we need to do anything else? Well, the answer is that solution has an expiration date. That solution has been too expensive. And that solution, they're now going to transition to looking for new solutions that would cost them less, to have this sort of transitional state for the people and get them into a more permanent, stable housing situation. And so it would be nice if the committee could accomplish the goal of actually seeing how to garner some of those state fundings to try something bold and new to tackle the problem of homelessness. So that would be the deliverable I would look at for the second situation of approving a new permanent committee.
Okay, sorry.
No, continue.
In the past, Mr. Hoyt's made this point as well. There's been issues in terms of the makeup of this committee, individuals that are on it. There's a member of the committee that's basically been in violation of Hartford ordinances on the committee, and it's been brought up to this board on numerous occasions. And I think going forward, if we decide to continue to have this committee, that's one thing that will definitely have to be addressed. I mean, we cannot have a committee that the select board put in place with individuals that are openly violating Hartford ordinances on it. And although the intentions may be the best intentions, and I believe they are, there's our codes and violations that are being violated. And that's one thing that I'm just going to bring up that I think we need to address if we decide to take this forward. I know Mr. Hoyt has brought it up, and I'm making sure that it is recognized that it should be considered that the makeup of this committee and the representation to the town is considered going forward. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Dennis, do you have something else?
Yes, please. So going back to the campground possibility, and Ally mentions about having a manager of some sort, and I'm for most anything that can get folks on a better path to avoid all this. But I do have to just, my watching too much TV here and seeing Burlington, they had their situation there. They wanted to right the ship, my words, and they advertised for a manager. Nobody applied. And then soon after, they ended up closing the whole thing down. So I'm just saying this is an experiment that they've tried that didn't really end very well. So I don't know. I love the Haven because if you go there, you get help to get, so you're not freezing and starved and whatnot, but they also do an excellent plan, I think, of getting you back on your feet and getting out of this situation. And so I don't know. I like the idea of a manager, as was pointed out, but also I think that has come with some failure in the region north of us. So that's all I have at this point.
Yeah, and Dennis, also just to clarify, I think what the committee is requesting in terms of the extension of its charge is that RV policy focus versus continuing to move towards the campground option. I think, as Brian kind of laid out and as it's laid out in the report, there's sort of been this endpoint because there hasn't been a suitable property for various reasons. And then also just coming to grips with the expense of that and so many different challenges. And so I think the committee has reached a point of acknowledging that that's maybe not something that could come to fruition, at least not in terms of this committee body and the work that it's done. Maybe the town is interested in taking that up in another capacity in the future, but just being really realistic about what feels possible and attainable and still useful. And so if there were to be an extension of this committee, I think they're asking for to be able to continue on the RV policy work versus the encampment or campground work piece of the charge, if that's.
Well, I certainly don't blame anybody for exploring those options. I just,
Yeah.
There's some risk of failure there too.
Sure.
So with anything.
Yeah.
And just also touch, you mentioned about affordable housing or something. We're getting further away from affordable housing with this pandemic here. Things have skyrocketed and I just, that's accelerated problems in that regard. And I don't think Twin Pines or any other agency like that can build things fast enough to overcome that for in anywhere near future. So I don't know. It's like I said at one of our meetings on this subject there, that I don't have solutions to this. I'm not that smart. I have some proposals for this or that, but this is one that I really draw a blank on because it's very tough.
Kim and then Brian.
And then we do have Mike and a community member hand up. I would definitely be in support of forming a standard committee on housing and homelessness. But I think that would need to be reconstituted entirely with applications submitted. I think there were some steps missed the first time. There were some appointments. It was a little framing. I think there's tons more work to do. And if there's people willing to help do it, there isn't any reason not to, but I do, I think that it basically should be like constituted as any other town committee, as a standing committee, and not just an ad hoc committee, but with the formal process of applications with an updated charge, which I think there's some basically proposed language in there that the committee could determine. But that would be, unless we need to come up with a charge before the committee's formed. Anyone know? Yeah.
I think we would need to
So
form a
maybe
new charge.
If there's, anyway, that's just my perspective on this. I'm really grateful for the update. I mean, I think there's a lot of information that Brian shared that I was familiar with, some I wasn't, and just to have sort of a current update and yeah, and maybe as for the climate plan, there will be other funding sources coming through that could be useful as well.
Sorry, I keep trying. Just to speak to that, Kim, because this is like brand new information from Michael Redmond from a meeting last week, in which I mentioned last night, which came up here in Brian's presentation, was VRAP, so the Vermont Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And Michael Redmond was saying that this is an exciting opportunity. There's, again, like the state is going to see $352 million. How that's going to get distributed and when and how to cities and towns is unclear at this time. But that any funds that are unused in terms of this, for the purpose of the hotel motel voucher program, it's kind of re-envisioning as supported by VRAP, municipalities will have a jurisdiction to use any of those unused funds that they're allotted to other housing projects towards affordable housing. And those funds are available, should be available until 2025. And so what Michael Redmond was saying is, this is an opportunity to, if there are affordable housing projects in the community that in Hartford that folks want to jump on, like now is the time, because we might have this funding that we may not see again through VRAP. So I just also want to share that.
Yeah, I just a couple things that one, yeah, the Haven does do a great job, but I also am aware of individuals who have been on the list to get an apartment, and it took 6 years in order for that to occur. So it can't do it all. It's not the one solution fits all for our community, and that's before the pandemic. So it's important to keep that in mind. And so I think with that, that's the main point I wanted to make that Ally didn't already just make.
We've got Mike first.
Oh, okay, we'll go to Mike and we'll go
Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. A couple things. I do think that, I have heard in the past a lot of complaints about this committee. I think partly with maybe how the membership was filled. And certainly I feel like that sort of worked at, cross purposes against it, because, it is doing good work. What I would support, and I think I'm aligned with Kim on this, is a standing committee that's broader than just emergency shelter, that looks at affordable housing as well. I think the virtues of that are probably, sort of more select board involvement, particularly when looking at the makeup of the committee. I mean, it's an important issue, and I think having a standing committee would be very valuable. And as for the current ad hoc committee, it sounds like it's winding up essentially. I would support keeping it in place until there's a resolution by planning and development. I don't know if a year out from now is appropriate, or if we'd have to figure out how long the planning committee would take to make a decision. But it seems like that's sort of the last step in this committee's work, is getting a resolution there. And then I think it would make a lot of sense to have a committee with a larger sort of charge than just emergency shelter, but that looked at all the issues that Brian brought up, and really took a thoughtful look at what resources are out there, what other towns are doing. I think that would be very useful for the town. Thanks.
Sorry. Can you come up to the microphone so people can hear you? Thanks.
I just wanted to respond to a couple
Sorry,
of
can you
points.
state your name and town of
Scott
residence?
Sabalon.
Thanks.
Anything else I need to say?
Just town where you live.
Live in Wilder.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm a newer member of this ad hoc, the newest member committee, and to the point that we might fail, I think we've already failed. We're failing as a community. And I don't know that this committee costs the town anything. Is that right?
There are no funds
Right.
allocated to this committee.
So I don't see that a dedicated group of volunteers who want to take this on and brainstorm and look for every possible solution is a bad thing. And secondly, the point that it seems insurmountable that, I think if I understood correctly, that the cost of housing is skyrocketing, I think is all the more reason that we need to be looking at creative solutions. And if it turns out that an RV type of solution can be hammered out, there are chronically homeless people, there are people dying. And there's a whole gamut, a range of people from chronically homeless and schizophrenic to just newly homeless because they were working 3 jobs as a waiter and an attendant somewhere. I think, yeah, a committee can't solve it all, but there are gaps. And to worry that we might fail is just not something that seems logical to me.
Dan, can I just address a couple of logistical things? As you all think about your decision, I want you all to remain cognizant that we did have an ad hoc committee on homelessness, and you do have a final report there. So as you kind of do this thinking about what all of this means, the other thing to think about is what staff is already doing. So Lori Hirschfield, our Director of Planning and Development, is actually on the line if you would like to hear from her of what she's doing around affordable housing as part of a staff member. Because the third thing is committee members cannot, they can't take control over funds in that way. So, you know, we're talking about state funding. All of that would actually have to come through as a work product with the staff, right? We can't have volunteers, not even you guys can necessarily apply for grants, execute those grants, and complete those grants. So, you know, there does have to be that work with the staff as well. And I know Lori's on and happy to talk about her work with affordable housing if that helps frame your discussion at all in terms of what's already happening in town.
People like to hear from Lori?
Can I ask a question first though?
Yeah.
So Brian, is there any reason why the search for the RV solution part through planning and couldn't be rolled into a standing committee versus extending the charge?
I certainly don't see any reason why not.
So we could reconstitute a brand new committee of members and still, you could still pursue that avenue with a standing committee. So there's really no reason to extend if we allow that charge to be in this new committee. Is there a problem? Would there be a problem with that?
I don't think so. I think, you know, if we, because the ad hoc committee on emergency shelters charge is up in March, you know, just wanting to keep that work going. And so if we were to constitute, you know, a standing committee, doing that, you know, as soon as possible so the work can continue. But I think I appreciate that suggestion.
I mean, it doesn't make sense, in my opinion, to see a standing committee and a new committee being out there. I have a problem with overlapping stuff like that. Just end with one and start, if that's the pleasure of the board to continue forward and reconstitute that. Well, still, you can still have that discussion.
Mike just raised his hand again. You might want to respond to that. Sure. Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, but you know, like I said, I'm in favor of a standing committee and, you know, extending this current one a year. I just wonder if we could move to extend it until a committee is formed and it has, you know, a certain number of members so that this ad hoc committee can continue to work on this in front of planning and development, or some other date, you know, or, you know, that it dissolves when a decision is rendered or when the standing committee is there, just so they can get their work done. A year seems like a long time to me. And certainly if we did extend it a year, you know, as soon as the standing committee was formed, I would guess it would pretty much cease operations. But it seems like there's a way we could sort of allow it to continue its work until, you know, either we do a standing committee or until its work before planning and development is done. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I'm wondering if it makes sense at this point, since this is our sort of last official meeting, as far as I know, before the election, where there's potentially going to be 4 new people on this board, at least 2 new people. So it almost makes sense to maybe table this till those people get on board. It sounds like the direction we're going is to have some sort of a temporary committee, which is sort of, if you will, a continuation of the current committee to finish the work that they've started as we develop or think about developing the guidelines and structure and procedure for potentially establishing a more standard committee that would address more than just this limited focus. So I think there's a lot of unanswered questions that we have at this time that we sort of need to gather some more information about before we can perhaps make a motion or move this forward. I think there's a lot of good discussion here and people are more or less on the same page about how we move this forward, but I want to be sure that we move it forward in a way that addresses the concerns like that Tracy brought up, that this committee and the select board really can't do much other than make recommendations. And that what Scott said, we've got a group of volunteers that want to help address these issues in town. So I think we need to look at all the different players and all the different factors. We've been spent almost an hour on this so far, and I think we've learned a lot from this discussion. And I think we need to just maybe think a little bit and bring it back to another agenda where we can have some time to figure out which direction we want this to go. I don't know how people feel about that. Kim?
I feel okay about that. And if we can just do a temporary extension till like June 1st, 2022, right? Is there, the charge is up March 1st? Yes. So could we just extend the charge of the ad hoc committee until June 1st? And then within that time, there could be developed a proposed charge for a new standing committee that then is formed through application process and that whole.
It seems to make sense. That seems a step in the right direction, I think. Ally?
Yeah, and maybe this is what Mike was sort of articulating, just to add on to that, Kim, maybe if we're starting to craft a motion, like extending the charge of the committee until June 1st, or until a standing committee is formed, like if that were to happen sooner and this work would get absorbed into that standing committee, then kind of one of the two.
Yeah, and I think that addressed Lanny's concern about the work that they've started with the planning commission. That would hopefully get done by that time frame, I think, so that we would know where we are, where we stand with that, if that was a possibility or not. So I think that's a good starting point. And then I think bringing it back with whoever's here, after the election, and see what those new people have as and current people if they return. I think it just gives a little time to move it forward slowly without taking any drastic actions. Does that make sense to people?
Yep. There was, oh, wait, so there's a hand up. There is one hand up now.
Okay, let's take that one hand and then we'll go from there.
Okay, and so Jerry, I know you put your hand down. If you still have a question, put it up. But right now, how about Michelle Bolesky? Go ahead and unmute Michelle.
Okay, sorry, somehow I got muted again. I unmuted myself. It's Michelle Bolesky, White River Junction. I am just wondering, in addition to doing a permanent committee, what is the possibility of creating something valley-wide with other towns? Like what would that look like to get other towns involved in this? Lebanon, Norwich, Hanover. I don't know if anyone knows of any examples where that work is done before, but it just seems to me like, and I've said this before, it's not just a Vermont problem. It's a nationwide problem and it's getting worse. Like everyone said, it's getting critical. And since we live on the border, I'm sure we have people going back and forth over the border, just like we all do when we go shopping in West Lebanon. And, we're so close. And so what would that look like? And is that something that's feasible? Because I think it's important to get more people involved, and more town governments. I just don't know what that would look like and how that would work. So thanks.
Thanks, Michelle. There is a 4 core town committee that meets monthly. And so it is one of the things that is on their agenda sometimes, if not always, is how to address this issue. But again, there's no one's come up with a solution yet, but Tracy wants to add something.
There's also the Keys to the Valley. So keystothevalley.com, which is a group of regional planning commissioners and other subject matter experts that are working on this across the greater Upper Valley area. So if you want to check that out, there's a lot of great people on there, and they are working on this as a more cohesive greater Upper Valley issue.
Okay.
Can I
Oh,
say
yeah.
something?
So
Yeah, thanks, Michelle, for that question. And just, to add to what's already been said, I'm pretty sure when, so there was the ad hoc committee on homelessness, which, produced that final report. And maybe Dan, you could speak to that because you were more involved in that process, but there was collaboration with Lebanon's task force on homelessness as part of that. So I think that's another example of where, that was an ad hoc committee, not a standing committee, but an example of where a Hartford committee was collaborating with another town. But I appreciate your point, the idea that all towns in our region, should be pitching in, because this is, it is, as you say, critical. So thank you.
let's take that comment. Thanks.
Jerry, you can unmute.
Hello, this is Jerry Williams from Wilder.
Go ahead, Jerry. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I also was thinking of the same point that Michelle raised, that it feels like this is a Hartford issue. And the Committee on Homelessness that was formed several years ago and did a wonderful report was made up of people from across the valley, from all of the different towns, and their recommendations came from that group. So I'm wondering how Hartford has been a leader in compassion and support for all sorts of issues and people. And we have really a homeless shelter here that's been here for 20 plus years. We also have had in the past 2 or 3 years 7 or 8 encampments popping up in our neighborhoods. And this has caused a safety issue, and it has caused fear. It has caused major expense to Hartford for the cleanup and the removal. So those are all, those things are critical. Are those happening in other towns? Is Hanover having encampments? Is Lebanon having encampments? Why? Those are issues that are valley wide. And so I think Hartford can be a leader, once again, in pulling together a commission or some sort of a group to put our heads together to look at affordable housing in all towns, look at shelters in all towns, and really put we have plenty of wonderful brains that should be able to figure this out. And then
You just muted yourself, Carrie.
sorry. An issue for me as a resident of the town of Hartford is why we don't have residents of the town of Hartford on our subcommittees. And if we have people who don't live in the state or the town influencing our decisions in our town, how are they linking to their town to solve this problem?
All right. Thanks, Jerry. Yes, Kim.
And I'll let, the chair of the current ad hoc emergency shelter committee lives in Lebanon, New Hampshire. And I would think that you're also interested in, kind of liaisoning between the work that Hartford's doing in Lebanon. That is, I think, that wasn't my original point that I wanted to make, and you could certainly speak to that. But what my original point that I wanted to make is my understanding, and maybe it's not totally correct, but that part of the work that the ad hoc emergency shelter committee was formed to do was to sort of implement some of the short, medium, and long-term goals of the 2020 report that was done. I mean, I think, does that make it like some of the suggestions in that report were exploring options for a permanent encampment? And I mean, I don't think specifically the RV element was in there, but it's sort of the nature. So I guess my impression was that the ad hoc committee's goals were toward exploring how to implement some of the recommendations that were given in the report from the ad hoc committee on homelessness from 2020. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think it helped create some continuity between the first committee and the second ad hoc committee, and probably the ultimate continuity would be a standing committee. And yes, I am a resident of West Lebanon and would want to liaison. And I also know of camps and campgrounds that have popped up in Lebanon, West Lebanon. So it is not a Hartford only problem. But I also would agree with everybody who said that Hartford has been probably the compassion pioneers and leaders, and have taken a very active role and discussed this commonly within these types of settings and select board. And I think that's fantastic.
Thanks, Brian. All right, shall we entertain a motion?
So I'm not sure what the motion.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Heidi Duto from White River Junction. May I hand this out to you and to Tracy?
What is it?
It is the final report on homelessness in the Upper Valley dated February 23rd of 2022.
2022?
I mean,
2020.
2020, I'm sorry.
I think we all have that, or at least I know I have.
Is this, Heidi, is this from the ad hoc committee on homelessness, that report?
Hartford Ad Hoc Committee on Homelessness. Yeah.
Oh,
page
great.
11 and 2020 and page 11 and 12. I only printed off 2 pages because that's all I'm putting here.
Okay, I think we do have that report and it's on the town website, but
Yes,
if you want to.
yes. I just wanted to make a point here.
Sure. Oh, sorry, it's not my.
Yeah, it's just, there's 2, flip flop. Yours, pass.
Oh,
There you go.
very organized there. Thank you.
What pages are we looking at?
It's just page 11 and 12. I just wanted to bring up a couple things. I already gave Lana hers earlier. I was gonna hand out much more, but I decided not to. As you know, I've been here on the encampments. The encampments are still ongoing. Businesses are still taking hits. They're being broken into on a daily basis. They're having to add lighting. They're having to add extra security.
I'm sorry, can you give some reference to those?
Okay, I'm a postal employee. I work at the main post office. I am the treasurer.
I'm just curious.
No.
I'm not trying to-
I don't mean to get loud, but
Don't be defensive.
I don't mean to get defensive. I apologize. But we rent a unit at the Gilman complex, which is owned by All Star. And we got a email saying, please make sure all the windows, all the doors are locked in your actual rented space. If you are the last to leave the building, which we don't go there very often, we go for a meeting. Please make sure the outside door is locked. Make sure your vehicles are locked. Make sure everything's locked. Because we're being broken into regularly. If you are one of the buildings, if you want the emails, I'll give them to you. I brought everybody the emails. This is ongoing because there's a rather problematic encampment, which I've had conversations with Tracy. Dan's been CC'd, Joe's been CC'd. An encampment behind Riverbank Church. It's been going on. Before that, they were over on KAG Hartford RRE's LLC's property on the other side of Greystone Village's property.
Okay, thank you.
They're desperate. They're desperate. They want in, they want everything. I mean, it's just ongoing. People are just having problems. They're having problems because they're breaking into their properties. They're trying to take what doesn't belong to them. That's my point. My point is, bless you. My problem is that people don't feel secure, businesses don't feel secure, people don't feel safe walking in this town anymore. I don't. I've said this many a times. I don't feel secure anymore in my own hometown. I've been here since I was 2 years old. 2 years old. I used to feel safe. I don't anymore. I really, truly don't anymore. But the reason why I brought this paper to you is, like other people, like Michelle, like Jerry said, it does feel like it's a Hartford problem because Lebanon broke down their encampment down by Hannaford's. They broke it down. Yes, you see some people walking in Lebanon, but you don't see it as much as you do in Hartford. And why is that? Because we have all the services over on our side of the river. And we're trying to do so much for all the people over on the side of the river. But in this article, it says that they were supposed to have an emergency shelter over there.
Over where? Heidi?
In Grafton County. In Grafton County, they were supposed to have an emergency shelter over there. My question is, you have Brian Lucart on our Hartford committee. You have John Chaffee, which is also a Lebanon resident on our committee. Why? Why aren't they having a committee over in Lebanon? Why aren't they doing more in Lebanon? That's all I want to say. I mean, if we're gonna reestablish a committee on homelessness and affordable housing, why do we not have Hartford residents, Hartford employees, and try to make this a committee for ourselves? Otherwise, don't name it Hartford. The committees of Hartford should be about Hartford. I mean, we have committees that have Norwich residents. Why are we allowing Norwich residents on Hartford committees? I mean, we got to start looking at this. This is our town. We have to take pride. We have to take ownership of our town. This isn't the only committee that doesn't have Hartford residents on it. But this is one problematic committee in our town. I have a lot of care for our town. I have a lot of pride in my town. And that's why I'm always here fighting for my town. And I don't mean to take and get myself all boisterous and loud, but I fight for what I care for. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Heidi. And I do appreciate your commitment. We probably see the most often of almost anyone at select board meetings. And I'm like, great. I'm so happy to have consistent community involvement and I appreciate it. And I think, what's come up with, I think maybe Jerry spoke to it, Michelle spoke to it, others in this conversation have spoke to, what's the value of having folks who maybe are not Hartford residents on committees, not just the emergency shelter committee, but others, as you've mentioned, is, because the Upper Valley is so tight knit, right? And we can literally, right from town hall, hop across the river. And we also, we're living our lives and we're working or we're shopping or we're doing various things in other towns that are neighboring. And to folks' point, something like the homelessness crisis and affordable housing crisis is something that's affecting all of us regionally. And so I know, just speaking personally, again, just to this committee, emergency shelter in particular, I've been so appreciative of Brian's leadership and others, and John Chafee's, who he used to have a role in Lebanon with the Lebanon Housing Authority. And so we have folks who are really experts coming at it from, maybe other towns but who have really strong insights that can really benefit this community as well. And so I think, because of the unique position we're in our region where we are so interconnected, I see it really as an asset that we have folks from other communities who want to work together on this. So, I mean, I could hear you, would hear your point. Maybe if let's say, there's a Hartford committee and everybody on the committee is from Lebanon, that might be kind of strange. But I think we have a balance of certainly folks living in Hartford and then a few others peppered in who are from other towns. And again, because this is a regional issue, I think it's an asset, and I think it speaks to how we all really want to work together on this regionally.
The residents don't see it that way, though.
Which residents
It
don't
was
see it that
like
way?
this, it was almost like this committee was handpicked from the get-go.
It was.
So
It
Heidi,
really
to-
was, and the citizens were not even invited in at the beginning.
But I think, one second, I think that's going to be addressed as we move forward so that we have this.
And it needs to be, it
Right.
really seriously
Right.
needs to be.
Exactly. So I think it was something that was just done to try and solve the situation, and people were gung ho, wanted to get involved. We wanted to see what we could do before it got to winter, and then how slow things worked. But yeah, I think that is going to be something that, as this committee is reestablished, that people will apply to it, and there'll be a process, and people will present their applications to us as a board, and then they'll be voted on as to whether they, whether those people will be admitted to that board, to that committee.
Like Lanny says, like Dennis says, transparency. Everybody wants to know what's going on. We all want to know what's happening, where it's happening, it's the town. We need to know. That's why everybody's getting so involved now, is because they're finding out stuff and they have a right to know.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So thank you for letting me speak.
Kim.
I think basically that I think what we're probably going to do tonight is extend the charge of the ad hoc emergency shelter committee for a period of time until either June 1st or until a standing committee is formed, which then requires applications before the board to be appointed on that committee. And we can, the constitution of that charge will have to be determined, meaning, how many community members, how many select board members, if there's limitation to, basically what the makeup, the constitution of the committee will need to be determined.
And interesting enough, I read something from the state where they are in the process of deciding on town committees if there's not enough people to serve on the committee, whether other interested members from other communities can serve on those committees. So that's something the state is considering, because there's so many people that just aren't stepping up for any committees. So we sort of have the reverse problem here, that we have more people. So it's interesting to see how that will come down and what impact it might have on things.
Where did you happen to see that article?
I think it was something from the Vermont legislature. I can't remember the source
I'll have to
exactly,
look.
but it was interesting. Yeah, and it's not going to happen. It's just
No.
they're just talking about it. It's just something to consider. It. So it was
Thank
interesting.
you.
Okay, so I would be prepared
Yes,
to move.
go ahead.
Great discussion. I appreciate everybody. Okay, so I'm going to try this out. I move that the select board extend the ad hoc committee on emergency shelters charge until June 1st, 2022, or until a standing committee on housing and homelessness is formed,
Whichever comes first.
whichever comes first.
Can I make one friendly amendment?
Yeah.
Either a temporary or a standing committee. So if the current makeup of this board after Tuesday decides they want to just do a 1-year thing, renewing in June, then we'll have 1 year, and then they can also visit it. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Are you talking about amending her motion then?
Yes. So either ending June 1st or until a
To a temporary or standing committee,
is
just to
established.
give the new
Okay,
board a chance to weigh in on temporary versus standing. Is that?
Does that work for you, Lana?
Okay. And is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion? All right, hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So it is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone who participated and shared the comments, both in the room and online, and thank you to the committee for your work so far. Look forward to sort of the final update from the planning commission when that happens, and then we will move this forward, whoever is up here after Tuesday. So thank you everyone on that one. Okay, up next we have board and public communication.
I will say, I heard you, Kim, it's 9:47. This is an informational item. If everyone's getting a little tired, please know you've made all the decisions tonight that we have to make to move forward on town business. So definitely hearing you, Kim, definitely knowing that we're all on our second night of a late night meeting. So just putting that out there. I'll let the folks move out. All right, last but certainly not least, we've had a couple of conversations on how best to manage questions and comments from the public to and from the board and or the town manager. We didn't reach a decision on February 8th as the discussion wasn't formally part of the agenda. And then I listed out, just from hearing the discussion again, where we were kind of landing on how best to document and acknowledge questions from community members, a feasible timeline for acknowledging receipt of questions and a timeline for responding, and how to capture the various communication methods used by community stakeholders in addressing the select board and or the town manager. This was an ambitious item because you'll see tonight's focus should be on a draft plan that can be voted on in March by that current sitting board. But I definitely hear you that it was 9:45 at night. So there you go.
I just had one thought. I'm not prepared to draft a whole plan, but I was wondering, is there any kind of tool like what Dylan uses in IT as like tickets, open tickets that could be used in something like this? I mean, he must get email, like when staff contacts Dylan with an issue.
Definitely. I don't know if we've had some conversations about workflow planning and I'm sorry, I'm starting to lose all of my words. To do item management for like public works and things like that. We're just gonna go with that phrase. But I haven't had enough in-depth conversations with him to know if there's a way to use some sort of work ticketing system for this sort of thing.
That would be my first.
Sorry, Kim, I just want to remind you that we got to try to stay away from electronic because of the fact of discriminating against somebody that does not have access to a computer or electronic means of communication. So anything that we do, we as a board have to control the documentation of the submission of a request. So it's not fair to us to say the only way you can communicate to us is by electronic means.
No.
So I think that I would like to see something like that done, but it has to be the board sets that. Once we get the information to us, we set that in place because we all have that electronic means of communication.
Like, for example, I think you're absolutely right, and I appreciate that perspective. I thought you were gonna school me for using a name of an employee instead of just a department or position. So I apologize for that too. But I mean, I think that the workaround or solution to that is, because I've dealt with this before, like taking intake information from someone that we use an electronic form for, that they're either calling us or they're writing us a letter, but then it is up to whoever receives that documentation. So if I receive the phone call and it is directed toward the whole board or whatever, then I would input the data into the ticketing system or whatever it's called to be able to monitor that. You know, like we had the mutual aid group that we worked with, we had a form that we would submit the information and then it was put out on a spreadsheet as to who was responsible for it, what the need was, blah, blah, blah. And so if someone reached out to us, even we were given referrals from other places, basically then it's up to someone who does have electronic access to input that information, to put it in the queue for it to be served. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think this could fall under the duties, I hate to say it because you are, but duties of a clerk. You know, that's because that's
At
That's
least.
what I think the clerk's doing. Yeah, that's what I think the clerk's doing would
So
be.
the next
So,
15 minutes, she's agreed.
yeah, okay, so, but I think that's a great idea, but the follow-up point that needs to be made is that we need to set a date for follow-up on it. That's the key part of the whole thing, is not just the receiving. The key point that needs to be made is to follow up.
And who's responsible for that follow-up?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes,
100%.
because that's the point that's been lacking in all the discussion that's ever taken place for the board on this issue. The follow-up.
Can I just kind of do some active listening and say what I think I'm hearing maybe is looking at what sort of like help desk ticketing, and I want to acknowledge, like, you all have other jobs and other lives, and we don't, you know, we don't have support staff for you all directly. So like, you know, there are times where I send you 4 just even logistical emails, and I think, wow, somebody's going to be checking this at the end of a very long night, and they're going to want to know what they're copied on, what is just a little thing, and what actually is something where I say, I need you to complete this form or whatever. So I definitely get that, like, we all have a lot of emails that flow through our systems, and especially you all aren't on a screen all day with a ton of Hartford email. What I think I'm hearing is a little bit of a movement towards some sort of, and I'm sure there are free programs, something to where we can kind of track all of these things. So that way, if it did come up that the select board clerk, whoever that may be, has a specific request from somebody and they're trying to make sure that that happens, it could do a push notification to the chair and the vice chair. Hey, we have a pending item that's coming up due in 2 business days. Can you please check in with the clerk? Or whatever that looks like. So that way, because that's what happens with help desk ticketing systems, it'll actually do a push notification. You forgot to do this thing. You should have remembered to do that. And that can be kind of a helpful double check, as you all get so many emails, and as do I in the department heads.
Would that be helpful for you? Because you're the one that's going to be answering most of the concerns.
I think it would too, because sometimes one of you might say, I have a question from a resident, and it gets pushed to me. And it'd be nice to keep everybody in the loop too, to say, okay, Lanny, I heard your question. You know, you got stopped on the sidewalk and somebody was asking about whether we're going to do 4th of July fireworks. Well, that's an easy answer, but I got to go ask Scott Hausler that. I got to come back. I got to go to you. And I also want to make sure you follow up with the resident, because I don't want to hear later, oh, Lanny never got back to me. And I'm like, oh, did I not get back to him? So that way we can say, hey, Lanny, here's your answer from Scott. And you're like, great, I took care of that.
If there's a way that we could support you in this to allow you to get these questions answered, that would be better for the board and for you to get that support from us, for our constituents, because everyone for citizen does come to the board and not to the town manager. So we are the ones that receive that and pass it to you. So anything that we can do to support you in getting those questions for us to get back to the citizen, it's better for us, better for you, and better for the board. I mean, for the town. So definitely a plus if we can support you on that.
That sounds good. Am I hearing that maybe we want to sort of table this, if you will, until another meeting agenda is just so you can everyone sort of process what we've heard so far? Makes sense?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
I did have a comment.
Yeah.
Are complaints good? I think so, at least coming from private business. That's your one opportunity to correct a mistake or oops or goof or whatever. In private business, if you ignore that opportunity, then the person will just go somewhere else and say, you know, heck with them, they don't care. And I hope this town would adopt a similar philosophy. I realize the town is sort of like a monopoly, and you know, if the person goes away, they're not going to move to another town or something. But I just hope that we can keep that sort of thing in mind, that these complaints, they should be helpful to help us all better ourselves. And another thing, while working at Dartmouth, Gabrielle Luke, I took several of her sessions when she worked there. And one of the best things I saw is not too long is a video called Give 'Em the Pickle. And I would challenge or hope that each one of you will look that up. And that's the best short thing I can say about customer service that will perhaps help. Give M hyphen
Give them the pickle.
the pickle.
I'll go ahead and send y'all out a link.
That's it's a compelling title, I would say.
The biggest thing that, from my standpoint, that we need to do is that the citizens of the town of Hartford are not gonna like what we have for answers all the time. And that's fine, but as long as we give them an answer, whether they like it or not, it's the answer. And that's a key. We may not like the answer that we have to give them even, but as long as it is the answer, that's what's important. And it'll shut down a lot of issues with some of the problems. We may not have given them the answer, but as long as it's the truth and we stand by it.
And if it's the correct answer.
Yeah.
That's important.
Yeah.
If we don't know the correct answer, it's.
But find out
unfortunate.
the
Yeah,
correct answer.
100%.
Find
Yeah,
it.
Totally.
Yes.
Good. Okay, so we'll continue that discussion on another agenda at some point.
Yeah, let me, it's gonna be a busy week for all of us. So it might actually come back on like the 22nd, because I don't want to promise something that I can't fulfill.
No.
I'm gonna
Okay.
make myself a note.
That brings us to commission reports.
Video.
Anybody?
Yes, quickly. I've got, it probably won't be as interesting or as entertaining as the last one, but zoning board met, they approved one application and they worked very hard with consolidation, considerations and compromise is more what I was trying to say, and approved that. And then the Historic Preservation Committee met and they're sad to see the Gate Street house taken down. That's done recently. They're still working on the St. Paul's Rectory that was revolving around the possible application to the Haven and Twin Pines. They're also working still with the Planning Commission to get their communication between their advisory to the Planning Commission, but there's been some issues there with how they communicate or don't communicate. And they also mentioned still that they have a opening, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay.
Unfortunately, Sarah, I have nothing.
Sally.
We just spent a long time on a house committee on emergency shelter, so we're good there. Resilient Hartford is tomorrow. And H Corey update, something that came up on kind of the school board side, and Russ North, who is one of our school board liaisons, is gonna after the community conversation about the Haven, Twin Pines, and St. Paul's project, and I think it was John Hall's comment about the community's public safety review maybe being bringing the school into the fold as part of that conversation and that process. So Russ is going to take that kind of idea to the rest of the board and to the school board, and depending on the outcome of kind of that conversation, the school board could host for their March community conversation, could host kind of a broader conversation about this public safety review. If I haven't heard the outcome of that conversation, and I also said, Russ, please keep us posted, because the select board, is coming, that would be coming from us, and we want to have clear communication and be involved in that. But I will keep the board posted if that further develops.
Great. Thank you.
For our planning commission meeting on Valentine's Day, which was primarily, there were some other administrative and other topics, but primarily about the Twin Pines Haven St. Paul's project. And currently first round was the preliminary approval was denied, primarily for building structural elements that the planning commission did not feel fit the application requirements. So you may have read about it, some of you may have attended. There were more people at that planning commission meeting than there were at our budget and candidates night last night. I will tell you, there were, and it was active, and they handled it very well. But that's all I have at the moment. There's a bunch coming up with design review and so.
Mike, do you have anything?
Nothing to report right now.
Okay. I will just, a little thing about the Energy Commission, we heard from Dana tonight. Window dressers will happen in November, that program, and then there's a meeting this coming Thursday. That's it. So that will then bring us to consent agenda.
Well, I'm wondering if Dennis might like to do the last consent agenda report because I wasn't here on February 8th, so I don't know if I should approve the minutes or I'm happy to do it, but I wasn't here, so I just have to know how I vote on that.
I think you can abstain from voting on those since you weren't
On
here.
the whole agenda.
No, just on the notes. I don't know, whatever. Okay,
I'll take that on.
perfect. Go ahead, Dennis.
Thank you for that opportunity. I'll do my best. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we approve payroll ending 2/19/2022. Approve meeting minutes of 2/8/2022. Approve AP manifest of 2/18/2022 and 2/22/2022. And the select board meeting dates already approved are 3/3/2022, 3/8/2022, and 3/22/2022. Is that enough twos for you?
Yes.
Second.
Go ahead.
Oh, wait, I know discussion. I have a question. Two, actually, I'm sorry about this, but so because election day is March 1st, we're not meeting on, oh, no, we're not scheduled to meet until 8. Okay, I just answered my question. My apologies. And is it still okay for me to have signed the minutes even if I wasn't here? That's clear. Oh, you did, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm tired too, I'm sorry.
I think that is the organizational meeting would be on the third, yeah.
Third.
Yeah.
So second was from me.
Okay, all in favor or any other discussion? Sorry, first. Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Unanimous. Okay, Kim will abstain.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second by Ally.
Lanny,
Lanny, Ally. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.